Good morning. It is now 9 o'clock, Thursday, October 9, 2025, and I am calling to order the regular meeting of the Los Angeles Probation Oversight Commission. I am Eduardo Mundo, Chair of the Commission. I will be here this morning until about 11, at which time Vice Chair Commissioner Terry will take over for me, facilitating the meeting. Thank you, Diane. We look forward to hearing from our panelists, commissioners, and the public today on several important topics, including a request for information about the frequency with which youth are being transferred to adult court and facing new charges, about a significant recommendation from the POC ad hoc Subcommittee on Education about transferring post-secondary education services to LACO, a discussion about probation's internal data management systems, and probation's MOU with local law enforcement agencies. And finally, a report from our executive director that will include an update on recommendations on probation's visitation policies. We will have several panelists joining us today here in person and virtually. A busy morning, so let's get going. And before we get going, I'd like to just announce some good news. The DYD Ray program is initiating a pilot project at Inglewood Court, where the judges and the district attorney and the public defender will work together to guide kids out of the hall and into services under the Ray program, which would be a great thing for the kids and for the depopulation of the juvenile hall. So I'm very happy to report that today. I will turn it over to Wendy Julian, our executive director, to explain how you can participate during today's meeting, and then she will call the roll.
Good morning. Welcome. Bienvenidos todos. We're here at Magic Johnson Park. Thanks to all of you who are here in person and watching us live. We are recording this meeting, so you're consenting to be recorded. And you are welcome to participate with us live and virtually. As you know, the Probation Oversight Commission is founded on the concept of community engagement, and we want to hear from you, and the commissioners want to hear from you. There will be an opportunity for your comments on every agenda item today, and then again at the end of the meeting for items that are not on the agenda. The way this is going to work is that Chair Mundo and then later Vice Chair Terry will introduce the item. We'll hear any presentation there is to be heard. The commission will have a discussion. Any motions that are presented will be shared, and then we will take public comment before taking action on the item. If there are more people than want to participate, than we have time for, we will consider scheduling additional town halls. As Chair Mundo mentioned, we have a lot on the agenda today. As a reminder, please, for all panelists and public speakers, speak directly into the microphone. That allows our virtual audience to hear you better. I'd like to share the following code of conduct, asking you all to respect the following guidelines. Please stop speaking immediately when your time ends so that I don't have to interrupt you. Make sure your public comment relates to the subject matter and remain respectful of each other in the forum. If you're here in person, it's easy to participate. Just come up to the podium. And if you are on the WebEx, which is the only way to participate virtually, you need to click the little raise your hand icon. If you're calling into WebEx, dial *3 on your phone, and that activates the raise your hand feature for us, and we'll call on you by your phone number. When we call your name, you may need to unmute yourself by clicking the microphone icon or dialing *6 on your phone. Everyone will have 2 minutes today unless the chair determines otherwise based on the number of commenters signed up for each item. If you'd like to make your comments in writing, and thanks to all of you who did that already, many written public comments are already attached to the agenda today. You can send us an email to info@poc.lacounty.gov, and Janae is going to put that in the chat. Please don't send your public comments in the chat. Only the host, the POC staff see it. It's not logged as public comment, and the commissioners don't receive it, and it doesn't comport with our Brown Act responsibilities. If you need any accommodations today regarding the materials or making public comments, please contact Janae or Sarah or Jennifer in the back of the room. You can also send a need for those accommodations in the chat if you're participating virtually. Our meeting is being broadcast live to YouTube, but there's no engagement with users on YouTube. We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, though, because there are lots of awesome live meetings, recaps, recordings, and videos that we provide. You can also follow our social media accounts on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and Blue Sky at LA County POC for more information about our meetings, and we encourage you to invite others to attend. Buenos días, bienvenidos. Ya hemos iniciado la conferencia por Webex y en persona. Si le gustaría hacer un comentario público y necesita traducción, nosotros podemos proveer su traducción o usted puede proveer su propio traductor. Tiene que hacer clic en la imagen de la mano que está en la parte baja de su pantalla o presionar estrella 3 en su teléfono si nos está llamando o puede participar también en persona. Si está viendo la conferencia por YouTube, no tenemos interacción con el público en YouTube. Tendría el doble del tiempo, que en este caso sería 4 minutos, para hacer su comentario y la traducción. Gracias y bienvenidos. I'm going to call the roll. Commissioners, please respond when I call your name. Commissioner Dolores Canales? Present. Commissioner Brooke Harris is out of town today. Commissioner Ishay Jackson is also absent today. Commissioner Millie Kakani? Commissioner Don Meredith? Here. Commissioner Sam Prater? Here. Commissioner Tyreek Ship is expected to arrive around 9:30, and we'll note in the minutes when he arrives. Commissioner Diane Terry and Chair Eduardo Mundo. Thank you, Chair Mundo. With that, we have quorum, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Wendy. Let's proceed with item 2, the approval of the September 15th special meeting minutes. Wendy, do we have any written public comments or live public comments for item number 2?
No written public comments on the minutes. Anybody want to make comments in the minutes? And just to note, it's called a special meeting just because it was held on a different date.
May I have a motion to approve the September 15th special meeting minutes? Commissioner Meredith, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Kakani. Thank you. Are there any changes to the minutes? Okay, seeing no one's raising their hand or hearing none. Commissioners, please vote with a voice vote.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Moving along, we will go to item number 3. We will discuss and take possible action on a motion to request information about the frequency and process for transferring youth to adult court and for filing charges against youth for incidents occurring inside the facility. The motion has been attached to today's agenda as a reference and shared with all the commissioners. Wendy Julian will give a verbal report.
Thank you. I am going to give this report because I've had the distinct opportunity to speak in particular over the last month or so with a number of parents, and then over the last few years with young people in the facilities, and also with many of their advocates, attorneys, credible messengers, and otherwise, about an issue that the Probation Oversight Commission has discussed on multiple occasions, about the process by which young people move through the juvenile justice system. So this is simply a request for information that actually is some information that has been previously provided by the probation department and other information that we've discussed but never actually seen numbers for. There are actually 2 separate issues that are addressed by this request for information, but they do have an overlap. One of them is the transfers to adult court. So this is not a new issue by any means. In fact, the law has changed over the last few years significantly, in my opinion, improving the limitations on when young people can be transferred to adult court. The way this works is that if you're arrested for a crime that you are alleged to have committed before you were 18, you are charged in the juvenile system. There no longer is the opportunity for what used to be called direct file. So young people go first into the juvenile system if they are charged with committing a crime when they were under the age of 18. But there still is the opportunity for the district attorney to request a transfer to adult court. And that process requires probation's involvement with the creation of a transfer report. So the request for information is about the frequency with which probation is being asked to provide these reports, what those recommendations look like, and also what the quality control is over those reports, and how often the court concurs with the recommendation that comes out of probation's report. So what I have heard from my meetings with parents, and I would actually encourage the commissioners to share, because I know many of you have also talked to lots of parents and young people about this issue, is that there are often young people who languish for years in Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall awaiting this transfer process to be completed. And that is, to be frank, sometimes beneficial to the young person, because better to languish and then end up not being transferred to adult court. But the languishing is difficult. It's difficult for everyone, including the probation department, but in particular difficult for young people who are who stay. And I mean, I have talked to folks in the last couple of months who've been in that facility for 3 years, 4 years. You'll see that on our data snapshot. This is at the juvenile hall, which is intended as a transitional facility. So it just brings up a lot of complicated issues that I think, pursuant to the way that the commission has decided to go about this, that the best first step is to ask what the numbers look like. So that's what this motion is about, is just requesting for a report on those numbers. The second issue is one that the commission has taken up multiple times, and that's about new charges. That is a much more specific question about young people who are in the facility, in particular Los Padrinos, but actually all of the facilities, especially now that there are predisposition youth at Barry J. Nydorf and will eventually be predisposition youth at Campus Kilpatrick, who, while they're in custody, in our custody, are involved in some kind of an incident that results in new charges for that incident being brought against them. And this, again, is just a request for information similar to what was requested. I don't know how long ago was that, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, maybe, for an update on the process by which that's happening. There is one thing I have heard recently that is a fairly new concern, although it is something that I have heard discussed by probation staff directly with me in the past, which is the frequency at which these charges happen very quickly after a young person turns 18, so that the charges then kick the young person's case into adult court. So this is that's the purpose for the request for information, and I'm very thankful to the parents and the young people and the advocates who have shared their concerns with the Probation Oversight Commission. I will tell you, they do so tentatively because of their fear about how sharing their concerns could impact their individual cases. And that's why there isn't a lot of very specific detail that I'm sharing today, because I don't want to have a negative impact on any of the young people's cases. But there are parents who have shared with me extremely emotional stories and concerns, in particular about their young people being moved to Men's Central Jail, and how scary that is for an 18-year-old to be in that environment. You know, Men's Central Jail is not in our purview, but I know all of you who are listening often are paying close attention to adult issues as well, and certainly the policies, practices, and safety issues at the men's jail facilities are, I mean, our problems pale in comparison, to be frank. So that's the purpose for this request for information, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about it. And again, thank you to those who shared their personal stories to help inform this request.
Thank you, Wendy. Just for complete transparency, I actually do sit in and as an expert in the motion for transfer hearings, and have had the opportunity to read reports, and have found that the reports I read do not meet the criteria as described in the 707B in the Welfare Institution Code. I also had I don't know if it's a privilege, but my first report as a probation officer in the field was a fitness report. And I completed that report without any training, not realizing how significant that report was. Later in my career, I was completing the same reports after Prop 22, I believe, where the DA got direct filing. And in, I want to say 2016, when Prop 57 passed, I encouraged the department then to start a new training program because it's a significant change from the old format. And if you really look at the motion for transfer reports and the requirements that and the things that a judge can look at, it's really difficult for the court to find a youth unfit for juvenile. There's really a lot of work that has to be done, and those reports really lend to that if they're done correctly. But to start the discussion, we really have to know how many are out there. When I'm in court, I'll ask the public defender. No one has complete data. The district attorneys in the courtrooms, they basically know their number. And so this would be a great starting point for this county to kind of look at what we're doing there, not just probation, because this is a county issue. There are more than just probation playing in the court, right? You have the public defender and the district attorney. And so I just find that this to be a significant request, and I've moved that we accept the attached motion as presented. And I'm hoping to have a second before we open the floor for discussion and public comments.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Kakani. And so now, commissioners, do you have any questions or comments about the motion? Commissioner?
Answer this. Do they take into consideration the victims in this case? I hate the microphone. Do they take into consideration victims when they're doing their reports?
That's not one of the 5 criteria, but the elements of the offense and the gravity of the offense is. So it's all part, it's a holistic, evaluation of the youth.
Okay. Do they also take into consideration prior incidents or prior history?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm concerned that a lot of times the victims' rights or victims get overlooked in these.
Commissioner Meredith, when I testify in these hearings, I know I think about the victim, but I also think about the law and the way it's written. And my personal opinion cannot be involved. If I'm going to recommend that a youth remain in juvenile, I do it with a heavy heart because, as you know, my brother was murdered. And I can only speak for my family's experience as victims, but it weighs heavily on everybody in the court. But the law as is written gives youth the opportunity to rehabilitate before they're 26. And so even though the victim is weighed, the law basically indicates that the main question is, can this youth be rehabilitated within the years that remain in juvenile?
And I do appreciate the goal to rehabilitate the youth because many can be rehabilitated, but I am concerned that a lot of times I believe the victims are being overlooked in some of these situations, number one. Also, this motion includes number 3 on here, the new charges against incidents that are occurring in the juvenile hall. I understand that, but I want to make sure that we understand there has to be a consequence of that bad behavior because we've got a lot of assaults on staff and we have a lot of staff that have been injured or not coming back to work. That's just my thoughts.
No, and they're valid thoughts. And there's a process, and all we do as the Oversight Commission is make sure that when youth are charged with a new crime, that it's an objective evaluation and it's consistent. And so, and know the number and how often it's occurring.
Okay, and I appreciate that, but what we're referring to here, I believe, are those that are 18 and over that are in our custody that may have created or assaulted somebody or created a crime within the system that they're looking at charging as an adult. That's a little bit different than somebody who was under the age of 18.
That's correct.
So that may have been, should have been a separate motion, but
Commissioner Meredith, the request actually asks for both things that you just said. It asks for charges brought in the juvenile court against young people who are under 18 for incidents, as well as adult charges to be separated. Because I think I agree with you that those are separate issues.
Commissioner Terry?
I just had a quick question for number 2, provide the frequency by which the court approves those transfers. Are we wanting them to provide it monthly? Are we asking for an overall rate? So I think whatever we want, we should just say it specifically so that we get what we want.
Well, I think first that we should get an idea of how many are out there. And then maybe every 3 months, get an update to see if there have been new ones. And then the concurrency rate to see how many times we have recommended that a youth be transferred to adult and how often that recommendation had been followed.
So we would direct them to give us the frequency that it's occurred in 2024 and 2025, and then every 3 months when kind of the approval rate within a 3-month period?
I don't think that would be that burdensome for the department. I mean, from what I'm understanding, there aren't that many. And the other thing I understand is that District Attorney Hockman kept the panel that District Attorney Gascon had developed. So you have a step between just the direct, just the idea that you're going to file the motion. So, and that's a good thing. So how many of those are in play, we just don't know. And, but we would be able to find out through probation how many motions or transfers are being heard now.
oh, good.
No, Commissioner Prater's got the brain going.
Trying to refrain from processing out loud, trying to like do it in my head first. So as it stands today, we don't have data about,
Okay.
and so right now, the impetus for this has just been conversations with parents and attorneys and youth about the prevalence of this happening, right? So we don't have any data. And so like even like in the collection of that data, like what do we know? Like based upon conversations with the youth and the parents and attorneys, have we gathered a number? Have we gathered some idea of how frequent this is happening based on those conversations? And what I'm trying to get to is like, this isn't like a, you know, had a few conversations that led to this. And so what I'm suspecting a larger issue, but has it reached a number of like a critical mass? Like, wow, this is happening. We've talked to now 12 or 15 folks who have said that this is an issue. It's like, I want to understand better what brought us here.
We have no idea how many motion transfers are out there right now. I was at Silmar the other day visiting the pre-dispo, and I was told there that there are 5 there out of these. What do we have, about 30, 35 kids there? Yeah, so it's just a matter of getting a starting base to get an understanding of how often this is occurring in this county. And, you know, we don't oversee the district attorney, obviously, right? But we do oversee the probation department that's responsible for a key report in the process. And just making sure that the policies are up to date and the training is up to date. Even if it's one, you don't want one bad report.
I just want to clarify that I totally agree that we have no actual data about the transfers. We do have data about the new charges. I believe that was a motion by Commissioner Kakani, if I'm not incorrect. And there was a report provided by probation that showed how many new charges had been brought, what they were brought for, which ones were brought in adult court and juvenile court. But that is only through, I'm looking at my staff, I want to say July of 2024. Does that sound right? It's not current, is my point. So it may be more current than that, but there were some changes in the process that showed a steep decline in the number of charges that were brought against young people, and a new policy that was explained at one of these meetings. So we do have some data on the new charges, just none on the transfers. And I will also answer your question to say, I myself have spoken to 2 parents in the last couple of weeks whose young people are facing transfer motions, who I met in different occasions, and then spoken to a number of young people in the facility who have expressed the reason for their long stay being that. So I don't know whether other commissioners want to share conversations that they've had to give a sense that it's not one.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't assume, but just wanted to understand, just based upon the informal data we've been collecting through conversations, like what number did that represent? Just one further question about, I know we don't oversee the district attorney's office, but I mean, do we have a relationship with them that would allow us to sort of ask if, like how many motions have been filed with their office from, is that up? Can we just take a more direct route to like this number by asking the DA's office directly?
We can. But when you talk about recommendations and things of that nature, the department can provide that. Because it's not incumbent on the district attorney to provide that. They can provide the number. I'll share this though. I was at, I do court watch, and a filing deputy from the district attorney's office was sharing with me a report, not the report itself, but he was talking about a report that was completed on the motion for transfer by a person who had never done juvenile. And with the probation department so preoccupied with trying to stabilize the juvenile hall, you have reports that are significant for the youth and for anybody involved, right? The victim, that are being completed by people who are not specialists in those reports, nor specialists in juvenile. And so just trying to get an idea of how many are out there and get an idea of, is there a special group that's doing these reports while we're trying to stabilize the juvenile halls, right? So it's you really can't start the discussion and how much effort we want to put into that until we get a real number. And hopefully probation will be able to provide that, and it's good information for them to have.
Yeah, and I think that just kind of wrapping up my thought on this is that I think that I think a motion to request this information on a regular basis, I think is pretty prudent, right? Given what we are understanding about the situation. But I think that in the interim, I think that, we should use all the resources that we have, at our disposal. If that means just being able to pick up the phone. I know that in my interactions with the district attorney's office, they've been very collaborative and just asking what that number is so that we can kind of understand, at least from their perspective, what this number is, while we kind of,
Yes.
Get some policy and procedure changes within the Department of Probation to give us this.
No, it makes a lot of sense. And good cross-referencing, right?
Yeah.
Wendy, do we have any other comments? Commissioner Katani?
I was just looking at number 3 again, and I remember having made essentially this motion, I think, not that long ago, or I guess now that long ago, maybe it was like a year and a half ago, asking for this information. I remember meeting with, I believe it was Miss Cotton, to understand the new policy. And I think part of this is that there is constantly changing leadership. And so I think it'll be really helpful to understand what is the policy and procedure? Is the one that we heard about from Miss Cotton over a year ago still one that the department is following? Does everyone in kind of like LP or whatever kind of facility management aware of this policy that I believe she was implementing in terms of like reviewing the video, reviewing the case notes? I mean, there was a whole process that she shared with us, if I'm remembering correctly.
And that's when they were writing their policy. So we never even saw the final
We
product.
never saw the final policy. So all that to say, I think this is a really valuable motion to bring it back. And yes, we only have anecdotal data, but it would be nice to have some concrete kind of consistent regular data. So I appreciate this motion, obviously. seconded for that reason. And thank you for putting it together.
Hey, Commissioner Ship, welcome. If there are no further questions, Wendy, do we have any written or live public comments?
We have received some written public comment. It was shared with the commissioners and it's attached to the agenda. And I would be happy to hear live public comment. We have some folks in the room who will give live public comment, and then we'll go to online. Click the little raise your hand button or dial *3 on your phone to get in line. I think we have our clock working in the room, so we can begin with public comment. Good morning, Kevin.
All right, good morning. So first of all, it's pretty scary that I heard the director said over the years, California has improved on the limitations on which juvenile can be transferred to the adult court. Oh, I think that is very concerning to me. Maybe you consider that's a very good news. But for me, well, that means that a juvenile who is 16 years old is a perfect opportunity to commit a crime. Someone is 17 years old, 364 days, that it be the best time to commit a crime so they can avoid adult charges. Also, it is also a little bit concerning that when the Nathan Hockman are saying that, well, the old days soft on crime, George Gascon era is over. But right now, it seems like not too much difference when it comes to juvenile crime compared to Hockman versus Gascon. Second of all is that I heard that the director talked about there's no data. Number one, there's no data. Number two, even there is data, I wonder that does this commission understand there's difference between qualitative data versus quantitative data? And then when you analyze the data, did you put into consideration the data is qualitative or quantitative? And then which person who is interpreting the data, who actually have the basic statistic 101 education before you can finish your report analyzing the data. So that is also one of my concern, because I know numerous board of supervisor and the city council members, they interpret the data without any basic college level statistic education 101. And then continuing, talking about the agenda item, and it says filing charges against the youth for incidents occurring inside of the facility. Well, I don't know how does this word sounds to you, but it sounds to me, is that my clock stopped already? Is that my clock? Yeah. Why is that stopped? Yeah. So again,
that's your 2 minutes. Thank you. I appreciate it. Did it not go? You didn't see the clock stop?
Right now it says 1:26.
Okay, you can keep going. You can keep going.
Okay, so okay, it says, well, the agenda item says the charges against the youth for incidents occurring inside of facility. Well, to me, this is one of the funniest statement I have read in this room. Number one, in most non-woke countries, you don't have a chance of a probation. Number two, when you have a chance of having a probation in a woke city, in a woke county, in a woke state, and somehow you still end up assaulting on the staff member inside of the facility. And then opportunity number three, the commission, the director is a huge advocate. Let's not transfer the juvenile to the adult court so you can continue your mistakes. How many chances do you need? How many opportunities do you need? I'm just really feels that when you already given the first chance, second chance, you still end up assaulting the staff. And we have to talk about how can we eliminate the problem on assaulting on staff members in the facility. Well, I think something failed. Someone failed on this continued without no consequence juvenile issues right here. So, hopefully when I come back, the timer is ready. I'm confused. I don't know how to read the number correctly. Sorry.
My apologies. The timer's not working correctly. I think hopefully we'll get it fixed, and I will put the timer on my phone. Thank you. Okay, anybody else in the room want to make comment? If not, we will go to Helen Eigenberg online.
you all for shining a light on all of this and wanting to get the data on this. I think it's really important on both of the points that you're making with this motion. When it comes to the kids waiting, yeah, I mean, it can be a positive thing because they're spending more time in the juvenile, but having to be a youth and not knowing what's happening is also incredibly hard on them emotionally. So it's, you know, it's very nuanced. And then as far as the charges, when that happen, if anyone is over 18 being moved over to Men's Central, let us not forget that Bonta just filed a suit in September because Men's Central Jail is unconstitutional and inhumane. So I think this data is really important so we can assess what is happening and do the right thing by these youth. I personally don't feel ever that a youth should be transferred over to the adult system. We know emotionally and psychologically where they are with their brain development. So thank you for just taking the time and putting this measure out there. Let's get the data. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it. Yes. Okay. Lena Mallet. Lena, we'll unmute you.
Share my support for this motion. I think I want to echo everything Helen already shared. There's no reason why there shouldn't be transparency around such an incredibly life-altering decision for a young person.
Okay. Commissioners, any final questions or comments? Okay, Wendy.
Okay, so I realized Commissioner Terry asked to add a time frame on here that was not formally accepted as a amendment. I'm looking over at County Council to see whether we need to. It certainly, but do we need to recall for public comment? And I think we do. Okay, so my apologies about that. I think I wrote down the friendly amendment as agreeing with the motion as presented about how many are currently in the pipeline for 2024 and 25, and then every 3 months going forward, a report on the number and concurrence rate. So I think Chair Mundo, you as the maker of the motion and Commissioner Kakani need to agree to that.
I agree.
Okay, so then we will give folks the opportunity to comment on the amendment. Is that the way that works? Anybody wants to?
Yes, just to clarify that, you said this public comment is for the timeline. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I start, I just want to tell you that a director that I have been here for, let's just say 7 times, I don't know. And then it takes me 10 minutes to give you a new timer from CVS. It takes me less than 10 minutes to fix your timer, but this is the 7th month already. Thank you very much. Yes, I support the timeline. I support, we're going to have a deadline regarding when it's data. However, I want to add several things. Number one, I really wish that when you get whatever your data, I want to see that what is the pattern of such incidents. For every single juvenile who is transferred to the adult, I want to know that what is the previous history about it. And I really wish we can have a presentation. About about all of those important incidents occurred. And then after the data, I want to make sure we have a presentation that what is your plan to eliminate all those issues from reoccurring all over again. Because you can continue to talk about your data, you can continue to talk about your numbers, but without a solution to address your data, I mean, you're just going to have data every year for the rest of your life without any improvement conditions right there. So I really wish that if someone who's transferred from juvenile to the adult court, I really want to have a comprehensive understanding of who, why, and then where, what happened, and then maybe let's have several staff member to the commission that talk about their perspective. How did they get assaulted by the employee? How can they better protect themselves, preventing from getting assaulted by the juvenile again in the facility?
Thank you. And we have one more online. Tauhida?
Hey,
Good
it-
morning.
I was trying to like speak before, but for some reason I was like clicking raise my hand, it wasn't working. So
Okay, so you don't want to give comment on this issue? You're welcome
I
to.
I do, but yes, I just wanted to like give context, you know? Okay. Anyway.
Yep, go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Tara Shakur, and I want to start by naming something that's deeply troubling. Probation continues to use pepper spray on young people, even after being asked repeatedly to stop. We're talking about children, kids who are already in pain, already isolated, and we're still choosing to meet them with violence instead of care. I want us to pause and think about what accountability will look like if we did that. If any of us, parents, teachers, mentors, pepper sprayed a child, we be held accountable immediately. So why does that standard suddenly disappear when harm is coming from system itself? The truth is, these cosmetic fixes to juvenile halls, new paint, new programs, new new slogans don't change systems that are rooted in racism and abuse and harm. You can't reform a cage by repainting it. If we really care about safety, about healing, about the future of our communities, then our focus can't be on making these facilities prettier. It has to be on freeing our young people, on investing in what actually works: care, connection, opportunity, and love. Because liberation, not punishment, is the only real true measure of accountability. Invest in Heart of YJR. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further public comments, I will call the roll. Commissioners, you are voting yes, no, or abstain on the motion as presented and attached to the agenda, plus a request for how many total cases are out there and an update on this data every 3 months going forward, including the concurrence rate. The motion was made by Commissioner Mundo and seconded by Commissioner Kakani. Commissioner Canales?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris is absent. Commissioner Jackson is absent. Commissioner Kakani?
Yes.
Commissioner Meredith? Commissioner Prater has stepped out. Oh, no. Yep, he has stepped out. Commissioner Ship? Commissioner Terry?
Yes.
And Chair Mundo.
Yes.
So with Commissioners Harris, Jackson, and Prater being absent, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we are going to switch the order a little because our panel for item number 4 will not be here until 10 o'clock. We thought earlier that we would move to item number 6. During which we will discuss and take possible action on a presentation on the Probation Department's Memorandum of Understanding MOUs with law enforcement agencies.
Sorry, I'm giving bad instructions to the members of our audience. You're right. We're going on to number 6. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm not going to start over.
No.
No. For cooperation with field services, a list of agencies with whom the department has entered MOUs on this issue, a report on what data is being tracked and with respect to these MOUs and how much funding is involved. A copy of the MOU has been attached to the agenda as a reference. A representative from the probation department was not available to discuss this agenda item. However, we can discuss this item and share questions, comments you all have with the department after today's meeting for a report back. Commissioners, we can actually start the discussion if anyone was able to read the MOU, and are there any questions or concerns you may have? Commissioner Kokani?
I'm making a mess out of this. Sorry. I had the opportunity to read the memorandum of understanding between the probation department and whatever LA impacts down stands for, which I believe is Los Angeles County. Actually, I don't know what it stands for, but whatever it is, it's some interagency law enforcement thing. And I found it deeply, deeply concerning. I think that, the chief was here at our last meeting, and I actually took notes around what he said. And to me, what he shared in that meeting felt like it was in direct contradiction with what is in that MOU. He made, to me, very clear that this was not, the taking over or even like the substitution of probation officers. This was simply an information sharing opportunity. So things that were occurring with folks who are on probation didn't just end up in a case file, but were actually in real time communicated with probation officers, field officers, whoever may or may not be responsible for supervising an individual on probation. However, the data that's being collected in this MOU is around law enforcement conducting searches of individuals on probation, doing compliance checks, documenting or perhaps arresting folks when they are in violation of probation conditions. And it does seem like a very different type of approach that probation is seeking for law enforcement to fill in. And I find it deeply problematic, especially after we heard the chief talk about many meetings ago about the intention of probation, the mission of probation, which is to meet people when they are at, potentially their most vulnerable, worst moment, and provide them a pathway to, turn things around, shift the way they're able to like exist in society. And like everything about this memorandum of understanding feels like it's just regular old law and order and nothing connected to supporting people in their most vulnerable moment. So I find it really disturbing. And I had asked our director to reach out to probation, since there isn't a representative, to see if probation even consulted with JCOD, the Justice Care and Opportunities Department. And I think the response was, which feels so lacking to me, I just have to read it. This was not previously considered as an option. However, any service and role JCOD can provide would be welcome with the appropriate discussions. That really means nothing to me. And it seems like, given the county's intention to prioritize care, given the probation department's alleged intention to provide care and support to people, that JCOD wasn't considered before turning to cops, doesn't really make sense to me. So I just wanted to share how concerning I found this MOU.
I'm reading Commissioner Meredith's face, and I will clarify that Commissioner Kakani reached out with some questions before the meeting that were answered in writing that we received yesterday afternoon. And those questions and answers will be shared. They just need to be reformatted in a way that shows the question and the answer. The way the back and forth email went, it's not something that would be helpful, I think, to be shared with the public in the current format, but the substance is helpful. So those questions and answers that Commissioner Kakani is referring to, I have received permission from the department to share them with the commissioners and publicly. So we will, Janae and I actually talked about this morning, be reformatting those questions and answers, and then any questions that you have today that we can get answers from the department, and sharing those with all of you and the public.
Yeah, on that piece about JCOD, I want to say it was around 2 months ago when they first spoke about including other law enforcement agencies. I can't remember exactly who it was from the department, but I remember asking them would social services be involved um, in this, because a big piece of being a probation officer is not only just doing the supervision piece, but also connecting them to services, making sure they're doing education, et cetera. And so I think my biggest concern for this is that it's more so focused on how do we just make sure that they're doing whatever they need. But the bigger piece is how are they getting what they need, right? Like I feel like that is missing from this MOU for me or MOA, because a lot of these people, yes, they're under supervision, and we can send law enforcement units to their house, but are we giving them access to anything that they need to be doing? And I get that there's community-based services, but it would have been good to have JCOD or some form of social services provided through this. I think um, that's my biggest concern that I want to lift up. That is just like in that half of it.
Thank you, Commissioner Ship. Commissioner Meredith?
Yeah, just for clarification, law enforcement can contact a probationer anytime. That's already in the law. If we're going this MOU. This MOU is kind of focused to assist the department in a time of shortages so we don't have a tragedy like we had 3 years ago in El Monte where 2 police officers were slain by an unsupervised probationer. That's part of this. We also have the co-located in many of the agencies, and they do work with the services they can provide to those clients. So it's not like it doesn't go addressed.
Thank you, Commissioner Meredith. Commissioner Terry?
I'm particularly interested in the training piece, and if that's the case, that they're kind of here as a stopgap given the shortages, but they're acting in the name of probation, then they should be trained in the manner that field officers would be handling those visits. And so I think, and maybe they already are, but I think we don't fully know what that training looks like. And I'd be curious to know how, as someone with a law enforcement lens, when do you take off that hat because you're coming in as acting in the name of the probation department who has a particular lens, but then you're also law enforcement, and it just seems that would be hard. And so it would be good to know how that works. And then the quality control, what type of oversight is there over this process to know if it's being implemented effectively?
Commissioner Kakani, I think do you have the response pulled up in front of you about the training? Did you want to share? Commissioner Kakani had that same question.
Yes. All that was shared was, I said, can we see what materials were presented to law enforcement connected to this MOU? And then the response was, yes, the training is a PowerPoint and can be provided.
And so I will add the question about quality control to share with the department.
And, I've been looking at this, and when I was in the gang unit for probation, we had daily operations like this, and it, a lot of the training was by the law enforcement agencies that we worked with because they just had a safe oriented approach that as a probation officer, you're not really mindful to the real threats because you have these relationships with the individuals. So, and it usually was specialized units that you were working with. It wasn't your beat officer that you were working with, and most of them were seasoned, and most of them understood our capacity, and we understood their capacity. So I think as this reveals itself, my interest really is in whether or not their agencies are actually going to be able to support, because most agencies are working with fewer staff than they have space for. So, I really don't know what kind of impact this is going to make out there. So that would be nice to find out when the chief comes back to see how many takers they do really have, not just the MOU. Commissioner Meredith?
Yeah, many of the agencies, at least the larger agencies, do have what I'll call a compliance team, and they do work with various resources to try and assist probation or assist the clients they come across out there with employment or training or whatever else.
Okay. If there are no other comments or concerns, Wendy, do we have any written or live public comments?
Yes, we have received written public comments that are attached to the agenda, and I would invite anyone in the room and online on WebEx to use the raise your hand function to make public comments virtually. And if you're on the phone, dial *3, and we will begin with comments in person.
All right, good morning. Thank you very much, Director. So just like what Commissioner Kakani said, she's very concerned about this item. I think I'm pretty happy with this item. So the reason why we have an item number 6 is because you have an item number 4. What is the reason why that we need to cooperate with local law enforcement agencies? Because they are fully armed. Because your staff member continue to get assaulted, like you stated in item number 4. So maybe you don't know too much about me, that I have been a professional criminal juvenile for 18 years in my home country. So maybe just to share a little bit of background with you. So I can tell you from a juvenile background, I can share with you that when I see a probation officer without any firearm, I beat him up. When I see a police officer fully armed, I have to, behave. I have to make sure I leave him alone. So that's the difference between you have a staff member continue to get assaulted in the facility and then versus on the street when your probation officer, either they are fully armed, either they are accompanied with a fully armed law enforcement officer, they are much safer. Some of your juvenile kids are 6'5", 6'6", 7 foot. Some of your juvenile kids are, I don't know, 300, 400 pounds. They are so strong that your typical, regular, ordinary probation officer is not capable to take him down without any weapons. So I do believe that working with local law enforcement agency provide much more safety for your probation department staff. If you do not believe me, director, how about that you volunteer 1 week inside of the juvenile facility without any protection, then you will understand how dangerous that job is. You can try it yourself, and then you understand it's very important to work with local law enforcement.
Thank you. Good morning, Thomas.
Good morning. That's a lived experience right there, gentlemen and ladies. But I also want to say that we also know this this department don't really follow MOUs very well, as we see with they don't really follow ours. But as far as we don't have an issue with working with other law enforcement, like for safety reasons, for everything. The problem is now the chief wants the law enforcement to do it and send our field officers into the halls. That's what we got an issue with. Our field officers right now are capable of doing it, but they're sitting at home. They're capable of doing it, but they're sitting in the halls. We don't have, like I said, we don't have an issue with working with other law enforcement. There are brothers, our sisters. We work together. But when it comes to them completely erasing us and taking us out of our position, we have an issue with that. Because we don't need to have our field officers sitting at home. We don't need to have them sitting in the halls when they could be doing these compliance checks themselves. As far as JCOT, I'm sorry, but we're not going to have JCOT take our jobs either. Been seeing too many bills that they put out, seen too many experiences with them. No, this is the union. We are probation officers. We can do our job ourselves. We don't need nobody else doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I use this 45 seconds he didn't use? I'm just playing with you. No, but just listen to the conversation. I'm in full support of probation having their jobs, but as well, for the last 20 years, I can see that we rely on law enforcement to do probation's job, and I think with them being undermanned, they can't handle that job. Well, I think we need to look more into these communities for support. I mean, I've been doing like CVI work in these communities for like the last 20 years. I am one of the founders of the Office of Violence Prevention as well as the Trauma Prevention Initiative. And we came in to help support, not to take over nobody's job, just to come in and support. And we started in the Westmont area, which was highlighted in 2014 as Death Alley. I was author of that as well. And I also helped put a team together where we reduced violence over 60% of homicide, shootings, and violence over the last, 7 years. And so we just want to come in and support, because I think we are the community that's missing from these things that's occurring in the juvenile halls. Because with these kids, you got to realize they're coming from these communities, and they coming back to these communities, and the horror stories that's going on in there. Out with probation, had to fend for themselves. They shouldn't have to live like that. Like I was once came through the juvenile system, but these kids are coming from a hurt place, and there's no healing for them. I mean, the moment you take them away from their family, there's no connection with whoever their guardian was, and so they're gonna act out, and then they interfere with the other people that's in there intimidating them. Until you bring the community in to help support them, we're gonna keep this cycle going, because we don't have nobody in line signing up for probation. We don't have nobody signing up for law enforcement, because we can't put this extra work on either one of them. Because because law enforcement is underhanded. They don't have any people signing up for it. So they don't have the bodies to be following probation, doing the work that they're doing. You got to utilize the community or agencies that's coming up in this community that's helping reduce violence. You got to realize since we've been doing this, we don't reduce violence over the city and over the county, something that law enforcement couldn't do by themselves, but working as a partnership, we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Antonia.
Good morning. Um, my name is Antonia, and I'm here on behalf of ARC, the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I wanted to uplift this audience member's statements as well as Commissioner Tariq, Commissioner Kakani, and Commissioner Terry. There's some deep concerns in the way this is presented. Not only is it a financial commitment, it also doesn't explicitly tell us what's going to be happening. I think the biggest concern is that PowerPoint training. I think that should be something that should be under strict scrutiny. We've seen violence happen and we've seen it increase over the years. And so to have just a PowerPoint to help law enforcement learn how to treat young people is not okay. I think another thing that we should also consider is what are the community-based resources being reached out before more law enforcement, before more armed officers? What can we do to increase rehabilitation, increase reception, and increase healing instead of leaning more towards what Commissioner Kakani said, law and order treatment? I think another thing that should also be engaged with is why are we calling for more policing and not for care? The role of probation is not only to house people, it is to protect them and to serve them as well. So let's focus on that and then only in other circumstances draw in other kinds of agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have 2 online public commenters, and then we're going to close public comment. That's Lena Mallett and Helen Eigenberg. We'll start with Lena.
Thank you. Want to uplift all that Antonia just shared. This motion to me is also deeply concerning for a variety of reasons. One, that it cements an approach that is rooted in violence and surveillance, which is in direct contradiction with the board and the county's priorities or stated priorities. It also ignores community-based solutions that should be used. JCOT is a department that is stood up, that is ready to receive and ready to support. So it's deeply concerning that their services and that this community-based approach is being ignored. We've known for a long time that probation and law enforcement agencies work collaboratively. They are, to Thomas's point, brothers and sisters, despite how bad probation officers want to claim that they're the social workers, that they're the biggest community-based organization. We know that that is not true. They are still rooted in punitive approaches. They're still rooted in violence and in surveillance. But part of me is grateful for this contract for making it clear that the 2 agencies cannot really be separated and that their work will always support and uplift each other. I want to call on the board to disband this contract. There's no reason that these departments should be receiving an additional $1 million from the probation department, especially knowing that these operations already happen unfunded.
Thank you. Helen, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you for requesting this report. This whole MOU, as Lena said, is deeply concerning to me. This contract should be disbanded. You know, someone once said that what's happening at LP and with the juvenile system is we just keep moving the chairs on the Titanic. And that's exactly what feels like is happening here. We keep moving people who are not well-trained, and well-trained is really important when we are talking about working with the health and our youth. And so once again, we're moving people who aren't going to be well-trained to cover another hole that is being caused with, you know, everything that's happening in our juvenile system. So it's just mind-blowing to me. I just want to lift up what both Commissioner Schiff and Terry said, and then the last 2 people who spoke before Lena. Thank you. Care first, policing last, and let's stop putting people in positions where they're not properly trained, and let's put our kids first. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Canales.
I just wanted to ask one question really quick. As far as the funding goes, since it's been available, the $1 million, and is there any way that we can request to see how many invoices have been submitted so far by LA Impact? Because it's been going on since December of 2024. And so surely funds have already been dispersed, and I would just like to see what's allocated on the invoices. Thank you.
Would that require a motion or just a request?
We will share all these questions that you've brought up with the department, and I believe they're planning to respond in writing, and then we can share those with all of you and the public.
Commissioners, any other questions, concerns?
Yeah, also, I think I just wanted to clarify because I feel like also maybe there was a little confusion on what I was saying. I wasn't just saying like that there needed to be this part of this contract needed to have that part, but when you have two field services officers supervising 2,000 people or 500 or 700 people, right? Like that still will lack, right? We can still do the supervision and um, I would hate for people not to have somebody to reach out to for services, and then someday somebody kicks in their door or somebody is holding them in handcuffs. And so I really want to lift up that piece because still with this MOA, yes, we can have law enforcement help do the supervision piece and watch over people and make sure that they're not committing crimes or whatever the case may be. But I mean, a lot of times people still will go without field services officers and without any services or any of the things that matter as well, along with supervision. And that's really what I was trying to focus on.
Thank you. Commissioner Meredith.
Yeah, for clarification, I've been kind of monitoring this program since the start. It started in July, and that's where the contract was signed. No billing has gone out yet. And on the PowerPoint, that is only part of the training. There's actually a training process for the law enforcement agencies in class session that goes on.
Commissioners? Okay, with that, we'll move on. We will move back to item number 4, which is to discuss and take possible action on a presentation by the Probation Oversight Commission's Education Ad Hoc Committee regarding a proposal related to post-secondary education services, which has been attached to the agenda. Joining us by virtual means are Dr. Deborah Dorado and Dr. Ruth Perez from LACO may give comments and are available for questions. Dr. Jesus Corral from Probation may give comments and is available for questions. And Dr. Michael Massa from OYCR will give his thoughts about the proposal. I'll start just by briefly giving a little background. We assembled and motioned for this committee because of issues that were occurring with the implementation of Rising Scholars. It led to a bigger evaluation of how youth who have graduated and are still in our facilities are being educated. In an attempt to find answers, we visited with numerous counties and learned about their processes. And we found that they were different and some a little bit more impactful than what we were doing. And one of the things we really found out was that LA County Probation, to our knowledge, is the only county that has an educational unit that is within the department that is running the postgraduate education, and which creates some challenges within the process. For example, if LACO, which is situated at a camp, they're working with Rising Scholars or any other entity that wants to provide educational programming, they're not able to just go one-on-one. There's always this third element, the probation educational unit that is involved, but the administration really isn't on site. So trying to get something seamless, it's challenged. The other thing we learned is that, LACO really, this is what they do, is education. And given the times, you have a lot of youth that are pre-dispo, that are staying for over a year, that are graduating, and then having the need for postgraduate programming. They've already been working with LACO, and it just makes sense that that relationship continues. And the final thing I'm going to say is that, when the realignment occurred, it occurred quickly, 2 years. And counties across the state were scrambling to understand the new environment, understand how to educate youth that are going to be with us for years. And if LACO were to assume responsibility, then they would be able to work with other counties and see what best practices are and speak the same language completely and have the same understanding of the needs of the youth. The counties that we visited with were counties that were smaller, of course, because there's no county like LA County, but demographically, they had a bunch of the same type of kids. Alameda County, for example, San Bernardino County, Riverside County, no, not Ventura County, I'm sorry, not San Bernardino. So after meeting with numerous counties throughout the state and having our ad hoc meetings, Wendy's team put together, led by Danisha Smith, who did a marvelous job, the proposal that is before you. And we're hoping that in the end, we approve a motion that will encourage the board to change who is responsible for postgraduate education in this county. So with that, I would like to open it up to the commissioners for any questions or concerns.
Yes, on this post-secondary education, we're talking about the colleges, college training. Over the years, it has been sporadic. I know LA Mission College worked with Silmar, and when we had a Camp Horton. We've worked with other LA City colleges, but our facilities are located sometimes out of the jurisdiction of LA City colleges. And I really don't know who's coordinating the program or what the plan is to coordinate it. And being a college professor, I'd like to see that there is a good coordination of all facilities. Because when I go in these colleges or the facilities, it's kind of hit or miss to what college is providing what training and how it's being done. That's just a thought. I didn't know if there was any input from Jesus.
Commissioner Meredith, can you guys hear me okay? In response to your question, Probation Education Services has been working with all of the community college partners through the Rising Scholars Initiative since the initiative passed. The RFA first came out in May of 2023. We provided all of the colleges with a letter of support, and the actual Rising Scholars program itself specifically identifies which college is, for lack of a better term, assigned to which institution. In the past, we worked with East LA College, Mission College, we worked with Trade Tech, for example, and we can work across all of our facilities. With Rising Scholars, we now have a college assigned to each individual facility. And so that's part of the Rising Scholars initiative. And just to respond to one of the comments that Commissioner Mundo made a little while ago, in terms of that this initiative would, the proposal today would streamline the process by which LACO can work with third parties. LACO is welcome to work with whatever educational institutions they like to work with. Here in LA County, the Probation Education Services unit is a unit that's existed for, well, I would say well over 20 years now. It was originally known as Operation Read. We then changed it to Education Services because of the type of services that we offer. This proposal doesn't take into account all of the services that Probation Education Services provides. College is one of them. We also provide support with many of the community nonprofits. We offer youth employment. We offer OSHA. We offer voter registration, just to name a few. And to be quite frank, we were blindsided by this proposal. When we received this proposal, the proposal has many inaccuracies in it. We did not respond to the proposal because we received it last Friday, but there are many inaccuracies in the proposal. And one of the big inaccuracies in it is the fact that probation is made to look as if we shouldn't be supporting education. And hearing kind of the theme with many of the items that are being discussed today, for example, I heard Commissioner Kakani state earlier that probation should be supporting individuals in their most vulnerable moments, that we should be thinking outside the box, that we should be really trying to do more with the types of services that we provide to youth with less of a law enforcement lens. And probation education services is in line with our mission, vision, and core values. And I'll stop there because I'm sure there's going to be many more questions. But thank you for allowing me to speak and present right now.
Thank you. Questions and
I just thank you so much for putting this together and also being able to see what other jurisdictions and other counties are doing. And the fact that no other county, and while LA is its own little unique place, given its size, given its budget, but given that no other county kind of functions this way, where you have probation kind of leading the charge in higher education spaces. I thought it was really helpful to see in this way, and I hope that the public has an opportunity to read this as well. I am curious, I know LACO has kind of always, I think, limited their, I don't know if it's like limited their support of young people till the age of 18. Is there a reason that I don't know, that limit exists? Is that just something that was arbitrarily created because there was already this probation education services thing?
if either Dr. Eduardo or Dr. Perez would be able to answer that.
Thank you. I'm happy to answer that question. So LACO works with children beyond 18 years of age, as long as they haven't earned their high school diploma. And the reason why LACO stops once a student earns their high school diploma is we no longer receive funding. The way the Ed Code is written, we receive funding to make sure that students get to that high school diploma. And then we still stay involved in other ways, because they're at the camps and halls. But in terms of our funding sources and this funding that we receive from the state to educate students, it's only until they graduate from high school, or, and for special ed students, I believe it's until they're 22.
Okay, so it's primarily a funding thing, because I'm seeing here that the bulk of probation education services budget is net county costs, which are locally generated tax dollars that could be allocated however the county deems fit. So it's not like, that huge chunk of, or the majority of that $5.5 million couldn't go to LACO to hold that, which certainly makes sense to me as the Office of Education. And I would imagine kind of a larger network to really be creative about how we provide higher education and additional vocational opportunities to young folks. Just for the folks on the ad hoc committee, would love to kind of hear a little bit more. I know it's listed here in terms of the creative practices and promising results that other county offices of education have spearheaded, but if you all can kind of share what that's looked like in the conversations that you had with other counties, I think that would be helpful.
I can actually address one of the exact questions that you asked, which is about actually it's what Dr. Eduardo said about the funding, which is that in those other counties, the college age and the post-high school graduate is funded by probation. So through pass-through dollars, for lack of a better word, in the way that you described it, that either it's funded through the county allocating that money through probation, or probation choosing to contract with, if that's the right word, and maybe Dr. Eduardo could correct me about whether that's the right word, to fund those services for the young people who are detained. So there is a difference in the way that is administrated in those other counties with which we spoke. And I think this comes out in the proposal, but there was a through line in terms of what we heard from them, which was let's let the educators do the education, and a very collaborative approach to that when probation was still providing the services in terms of making sure young people had access to the classrooms and that there was safety and the things that are clearly within probation's purview, and also regularly communicating and working with their Office of Education in order to ensure the high quality of the programs. Also, I think the commissioners all know this, but for the public, their Rising Scholars is a statewide intervention and offering. So all of these local jurisdictions, other counties also have the Rising Scholars Program. So though, while LA County is very different because of the size and scope, the actual process by which the Rising Scholars is receiving funding, the money that comes now for young people who are in the secure youth treatment facility, who have returned from the state, from the closure of the Department of Juvenile Justice, there's money available there. So counties are leveraging all those resources to address the issue that Dr. Eduardo brought up.
And to your other question, other counties have furloughs where youth that are secured youth track can actually go to the college and take a class rather than having it done through the computer. In Alameda County, what I found really interesting is that with their version of LACO working directly with the institution without a third party, it involved the staff that worked there, and to the point where they created a study room for the youth. And they got rid of a lot of the restrictions that we have in LA County with regards to computer access, because a lot of these teachers at the universities have links. And that direct connection with the facility and resulted in just more interaction with everybody. And those are the two main ones. I know that if Dr. Massa, I don't see him online here.
I'm here. I'm here.
Hi, Dr. Massa. So Dr. Massa is up and down the state. I've seen him on the plane once. He might be able to give some other examples.
Yeah, I'm actually in Alameda County right now at Laney College, who is the Rising Scholars partner for the detention center. So it's funny that it's coming full circle. I also wanted to ask that consideration be given to new laws that are in place now to really drive this effort. There's an Assembly Bill 2181, which is designed to allow young people in detention settings, specifically the kids we're talking about, to access the County Office of Education programming, even if they've received a diploma on the minimum state standards. And this was a diploma pathway that was really created for young people in foster care systems and then extended to young people in juvenile detention settings as well. So we don't want to issue a diploma that then cuts off access to County Office of Education programming through CTE, elective courses, things that will help just build lifelong learners and help with transition and reentry. And so this would actually allow Los Angeles to get ahead of this, because this is the direction that the state is moving now that there's this new long-term population in county care that we understand have different educational needs. So I think it's really smart that LA is considering this on the early onset of this legislation. And, it's going to take everyone working together, probation, LACO, these partnerships are still going to be necessary, but it will allow LACO to be the driver of education, which I think we can all agree that a county office is much more suited for those reentry educational services. And again, this would allow it to get in front of that.
And Dr. Eduardo, if you can just kind of piggyback on that and maybe share your thoughts and concerns and capacity with regards to making this move. And also, like I said, I just think that you're working with the youth pre-high school graduate, and being able to long-term plan is a benefit in itself.
We can't hear you, Dr. Eduardo. I don't know if it's on our end or. Uh-oh. We were hearing you fine previously. Does she shows up as unmuted on our end? Michael, can you try to say something again, just to see if we can figure out?
Yes, could you guys hear me?
Okay, yes, we can hear Michael, so I think it must be on your end, Dr. Eduardo.
Oh, that's not good.
I think if you can log out and log back in, that would be great.
While we're waiting for Dr. Eduardo, can I just also add that the one of the strongest tools we have for our young people is access to higher education. And the dual enrollment opportunities that exist are an avenue to really get our young people connected to higher ed even while in high school. And then it helps probation so that we don't have to split the population between the high school students and the probation and the college students. All students could take classes together, and the high school students would get credit from those college courses towards their high school progress. So this is one of the additional benefits that would also help engage students. And we know through the data, the earlier you have access to college, the more likely you are to continue with that pathway. And so I just wanted to throw that out there while we're waiting for Dr. Eduardo to come back on.
I'm glad you mentioned that because Donisha could have probably done a dissertation on this with all the hours that she's put into doing the background research and supporting the committee here. And that has certainly come through in the information that she has gathered around the link between positive reentry and education and how important it is that our young people are fully equipped with a way to have jobs and make money and support themselves when they come back. I recall hearing from a public defender once many years ago that in thinking about the secure youth track and what the county needed to do to evolve, that everything that we do in secure youth track is prevention. And that's because young people who have stayed in the juvenile system, who will be returning to our communities, certainly by the time they're 26, but many very much earlier than that, that every iota of arts programming and therapy programming, education programming that we provide is preventing them from returning into the adult criminal system. So thank you for sharing that.
And just to a comment, and I see Dr. Corral's hand is up. When Dr. Eduardo was talking about the funding and how the funding stops once the diploma is issued, with this new legislation, because the diploma would be held for the student and not issued, the county office would still be able to receive the ADA funding, which would then also help make sure that the resource is there for that continued support.
Dr. Corral.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Mundo. Just to address one of the comments that was mentioned a few seconds ago about the dual enrollment, probation is and has always been in support of dual enrollment. Dual enrollment, by definition, means that the young person can take classes while they're going to school, for somebody that hasn't graduated, for example. And this is something that's been rolled out for well over a year now. And I just wanted to point out the fact that its implementation has been very limited in terms of the number of courses that are being offered, how they're being offered. So just for the record, probation is not against dual enrollment. We're not against LACO providing dual enrollment. In fact, I invite individuals to go back to the January 11th, 2024 POC meeting, where that was the last time that we came and discussed this topic. And at that meeting, the topic came up, and it was clear that at the time, LACO clarified the fact that they did not want graduates inside of the classrooms with the youth that were still in class that had not graduated. So we're not against dual enrollment, and probation is not an obstacle against dual enrollment. And now in terms of the success and the programs that LA is being compared to, LA County, we have 148 graduates as of yesterday in our system. And so I would challenge folks to find another jurisdiction that has half those youth. And with those 148 youth, the amount of the number of youth that we've introduced to college, the number of youth that have earned an associate's degree, you'd be hard pressed to find any other jurisdiction that has had the success that we've had here in LA County. And it was just unfortunate because in the report, one of the items that's mentioned is that the department never produced data or shared data for this report. We were never asked to share data for this report. Our last presentation at the POC was at that January 11th, 2024 session. And during that session, at the end of the session, Commissioner Kakani indicated that asked us to collect data and that we would be invited back to the POC to share our data. That invitation never came. There was no data request. So I think that the fact that this report is written and implies that data was never shared is inaccurate, because there was never a true data request and we were never invited back to share the data that we have. And we have data on all the work that probation's doing and that probation education services is providing, the services that we're providing to the young people in our care.
Thank you for clarifying, Dr. Corral. Dr. Guardo, I see you're back. Still not working. Should call him. Can we call her? What number?
There's a way for the system. There's a way for the system to dial her.
Can I just lift something up while we're waiting, the technical things?
Yes.
I appreciate so much about what you're saying, Wendy, around like access to higher education and access, just access to higher education and what that means for outcomes, long-term outcomes. But I think like the word that's missing is quality higher education. And I just want to lift up that like what I have seen when I have done inspections or done visits as it relates to higher education that is being facilitated by probation education services is not quality higher education. I mean, my first exposure to asynchronous learning, which I think is like pre-recorded lessons and things like that, was during the pandemic when my kids were sitting next to me and I was also trying to work. That did not work. And obviously my kids at the time were much younger, but that's largely what I think the young folks in our facilities who are experiencing higher education, unfortunately, are experiencing. Or it would be great if there was some more public kind of information around how many young people are receiving live instruction. I think in my 2.5 years on the commission, I've only seen live instruction once. And it was magical. It was at Barry J, and young folks were taking an advanced math class, and like everyone was in it and super engaged. And then I go to Dorothy Kirby and I see two young women engaging in whatever that was called higher education. I can't imagine how that inspires anyone. And I don't understand how that like would inspire me to then leave these facilities and continue to pursue my education, because that's not meaningful. It's not quality. So I just think that that piece is also really important. And yeah, I just wanted to lift that up while we're waiting.
So okay, we're still working now.
I know-
Dr.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dr. Massa.
No, I just wanted to raise awareness that Dr. Corral did have his hand up, and then I have a comment after.
Dr. Corral.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to address the question that Commissioner Kakani just presented. In terms of the types of classes that we offer, well, let me clarify one thing. The classes that are offered are all offered through our community college partners. Probation Education Services, we simply facilitate the courses. We do not grade the classes. We do not provide the instruction. That all comes through our community college partners. The courses are a combination of in-person, online, and hybrid. And these courses are similar to the courses that youth in the community can take through our community college partners. They're high quality courses, and in fact, the proof is in the numbers. We've had close to 20 youth earn their associate's degree. We've had young people accepted into Berkeley. We had a young man that recently graduated from Berkeley that started in our program. We have 2 youth that recently transferred to CSUN, another one at UC Santa Barbara, because we not only help them while they're with us, we also, while they're with us, line up the funding for them to continue their post-secondary education once they transition. Now, the actual transition support, that's what the colleges receive funding for. That's part of Rising Scholars. That's part of the grant. So the individual colleges provide counselors that provide that level of support. Now, another big factor in terms of providing more in-person instruction, and probation, we always request in-person instruction whenever it's available, is that the colleges have minimum numbers that they need inside in order to be able to provide an instructor. The Rising Scholars Grant, unfortunately, the amount that each college received does not support the colleges to the level that they can actually pay for professors to come, even though you might have like you mentioned, Commissioner Kakani, you have 2 young ladies at Kirby. That's not those aren't enough students for a college to send a live instructor for those 2. And the way that we've overcome some of these challenges is by having a live teacher and in one part of the facility, and the young people in different places. So it's a live class, and they refer to those as high flex or hybrid courses. So we've tried to really think outside the box in terms of supporting the young people. But once again, there's a lot of limitations from the community college partners because of the funding that they receive and the numbers that they require in order to make the classes viable for them.
Dr. Corral, do you think consolidating the effort and letting LACO do it would basically not net the same results?
I think that if let's go back to when this effort first really picked up steam. There was a Senate Bill 716, that was sponsored by then Senator Holly Mitchell. And under SB 716, I believe that Senator Mitchell knew why she wrote the bill the way that it was written. It clearly department. Did I lose you guys?
Go back 10 seconds.
Okay, it clearly places the responsibility on the probation department for a reason, as Dr. Eduardo mentioned. One of the big reasons is funding, but also because as we work with these youth and we help transition them, I think that the role of probation is evolving. The individuals in probation education services that provide these supports are all non-sworn. So these are non-sworn individuals with the job of supporting young people. Now, to answer your question, Commissioner Mundo, do I think that this will change? The only point of reference that I can turn to is dual enrollment. Dual enrollment is the one piece in the college puzzle right now that we do not oversee, and that's the one piece that really hasn't been implemented. So that's the only point of reference that I can point to.
Thank you. Dr. Perez has had her hand up.
Can you
And
tell me if you can hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, I tried going through my cell phone, so I'm glad to be on. Well, first of all, thank you. I appreciate being here with all of you. You know, this just came to our attention recently as well. I can say that our number one priority at LACO is always our students and making sure that students have access to the resources that they need in order to be successful. When asked whether or not this is something LACO would be able to do, my response was we would be willing to explore this. Some of the issues that I talked about is currently the way the funding is set up, we do not receive funding for higher education students would be problematic. However, I've served as the past president of the California County Superintendents, and I am aware of neighboring county offices, as was mentioned, Alameda, San Bernardino, Ventura. I've spoken to all of those colleagues, and you know they have great programs. But the critical thing to remember is, one, they're much smaller, and they have great relationships with their probation department, and their probation department aren't experiencing the same types of challenges that our probation department is experiencing. You know, when you talk about, 67% of probation employees calling out or not showing up, these are things that whether we're taking the lead on higher education or even for our non-grads, the challenge is we will still rely on probation to bring students to school. We will still rely on probation to be advocates and helpful in the classroom and maintain safety. We will still rely on probation for space. As it is right now, there are challenges with some of those issues that I just talked about. So for us, if we were to take this on, we'd have to, one, have the appropriate funding to be able to do it. We'd also have to have a very clear MOU that outlines what our responsibilities are and what are the responsibilities of probation, because I don't want to be set up to fail. If we don't have students coming to school in order to take college courses, or if we were to go out and try to develop those stronger relationships with our community colleges, which we do have because we work with all of the community college, serving all 80 of our districts, trying to advocate and help districts implement dual enrollment. But we would still, as I always say, we're the guests in probation's house. All of the things that we try to do, whether it's trying to have students wear uniforms, having students feel like they're in a different environment when they're at school, making sure students are coming to the classroom, making sure all of those things that I talked about, even where students are placed in the classroom, all of that authority is given to probation and not to us. So in order for us to really do a good job and individualize instruction and have the opportunity to advocate for students going outside, to have the opportunity to actually set foot on a college campus, all of that would require probation's willingness to allow that. So I just want to let you know, it's still probation's decision in many ways. They hold the decision-making for all of the departments and all of the agencies that step foot on any of our camps and halls. Probation is the person who makes the decisions on those issues.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that to light and stating it so eloquently. I, for years, have been advocating this idea that it's not probation's house, it's the county's house. And all the agencies should have equal footing. And that's been one of the main problems is that, and this is I am somebody who's worked in the institutions and have seen that a little issue in a camp or in a unit can hold up the education of a youth. And so it's one of the things as a commission that, and as an oversight body, is being mindful of that and going in and making sure that not only LACO, but the Department of Mental Health and everybody who's in there has equal footing so they can do their jobs and not be so reliant on the scheduling and the limitations of probation, even with this crisis, because from 8 to 3, everybody's priority in that facility should be the students' learning. And so from that end, I know that if the board were to follow our recommendation, that the commissioners here would be vigilant in making sure that the relationship in the camps and in the juvenile halls build. And that we understand that the number one priority we have between 8 and 3 is educating the youth that are under our care. Commissioner Prater, followed by Commissioner Meredith.
I thank you. I'm trying to sort of like make sure I can separate my passion for what I believe is the transformational power of higher education to kind of change a life. I think the data kind of supports that, you know, when with every level of educational attainment, you know, instances of recidivism sort of like dramatically decrease. And so I understand sort of like the allure, right, to sort of like really promote higher education within the system. But I like to kind of put on sort of like this lens about like, can we do this in a way that ensures quality? So I really want to kind of underscore what Commissioner Kakani raised. I'm hearing that in this conversation, well, we don't have the funding to do this, and I'm supportive. I'm somebody who's supportive of this proposal. So I want to just kind of like make that clear. However, there are some caveats and there are some conditions, right? And the condition is about ensuring the quality. And so what I would like, what would make me feel even more comfortable with the transition that says we move funds from probation education services to LACO to fully put education services within their portfolio, in their wheelhouse. What I feel like is important to understand from LACO, I just don't know that hearing in this conversation, and this isn't the end of the conversation, but like hearing in this conversation that, well, we could do it. We don't currently do higher education, but we'd be willing to take this on, seems to be to me, it doesn't really meet the moment. What I would love to hear from LACO is a very, very like a proposal of sorts that sort of says, here is what we propose to do. Here is our recognition of what the challenges have been. Here is our recognition of what outcomes and results have been. And here is what we are going to put forward to make education better, to improve outcomes. Here is the staffing structure we see as necessary. Here is the funding level that we need. It isn't to me just moving funds from one bucket to the next, but perhaps the funds you need to do this work effectively and well is greater than the amount that has currently been earmarked for probation education services. And so it, to me, would be more compelling to hear LACO in the affirmative say, this is what we need, here is what we intend to do, and here are the outcomes, and here's how we're going to assess our effectiveness, et cetera. But to kind of be in the conversation saying we could take it on.
Keep in mind, Commissioner, they just got this handed in on their plate. And so when we go,
I'd like to respond to that if possible.
Yeah, and let me just kind of finish the thought, and then, you know, and I understand that because that was kind of what we understood, you know, from all the work that Wendy, Donisha, and the team have done, is that still is my position, and I raised that before we got to this session, that like it isn't enough for me. Like I'm supportive, and I think that LACO has so much infrastructure already in place from what they're doing in the K-12 space, that higher education, you know, theoretically could be an easy extension of their work, right? But I still would like to see this the approach to this work. So if to, you know, to sort of say, yeah, it's been a week. And then what we propose to do is take some time to and spend some time with this proposal and then come back to the commission, right, with a proposal that says, here is how we are going to do this work and do this work well, with an emphasis always on quality, right? And with a full understanding of what the challenges are. And they know them because they are obviously doing K-12 education in the space. But it just would make me feel a lot better. And I don't know if, you know, if I have any witnesses in the room or anybody who agrees, but like, I need to understand what LACO is going to do this work, especially higher education, better. Like no one with two eyeballs or two ears could witness what higher education is right now in those facilities and call that quality. And I think it cheapens the power of higher education if we are going to pass what we are currently doing off. And I know that, and I'm with Dr. Corral, is not 100% the fault of probation. Our community college partners need to be taken to task for that monstrosity that they are calling higher education. We all can do better, and our students deserve better. LA County deserves better than what we are currently offering. And so LACO, I believe that they are up for the challenge, but they need to sort of like express and demonstrate through some kind of proposal what they intend to do in the affirmative, not just say we have the willingness to sort of take it on.
Thank you. Dr. Guardo?
Yeah, I want to be very clear. You know, my number one priority is what is best for the students that we're serving. I also believe that higher education is transformational, and that's going to be the pathway out for a lot of the students that we're serving. When I say we don't get the funding, I'm not saying, oh, we don't care if we had funding, maybe we could do it. I believe we could do it. We are already doing dual education across the county with 80 school districts, ensuring that high school students in traditional schools and some of our alternative education schools have the opportunity to have a college experience. What I'm saying is I just got this information a couple of days ago. I want to make sure that we can take a deeper look at our capacity, look at what it would take, look at the funding that would be necessary. Yet I still have some concerns because, as I mentioned earlier, there are currently issues that we are trying to work through with probation that we have not been able to resolve. I'll give you one example. We have ridiculously high rates of suspensions. We need to reduce suspensions. Students need to be in school. We want to create opportunity rooms where students can have a break if something triggers them, if they misbehave, rather than having them suspended from school. But we need rooms, we need space. And it's been challenging to get probation to come to the table and even sit down and meet with us to give us these spaces that we're requesting. So if it sounds like I'm not super excited about it, it's not that I don't think we could do it. It's not that I don't think we could do an excellent job with the relationships that we have with all of the community colleges across the county. My only concern is I don't want to be set up in a situation where we're relying on probation for classrooms. We're relying on probation to allow students to leave the facilities to go to a community college, where we're relying on probation for bringing students to school and then that doesn't happen. I just want it to be very clear that all of those things are issues that are currently impacting our classrooms now. So that's, if you heard a hesitation, I'm going to be perfectly honest, yet probations are our partners. And we are trying to work with them in the current situation that they're in to improve access to all of our students, our high school students, as well as those who've already received their high school diploma.
Thank you. Commissioner Meredith?
Yeah, I just want to point out some things earlier. Dr. Corral is right that a lot of these, and I think Commissioner Kokani brought it up, a lot of these classes are asynchronous, meaning they're already recorded because the colleges are not going to pay to have a teacher unless they have X number of students. For instance, in my college, unless I got 15 students, the class is not going to go because the colleges don't get reimbursed for that from the state, number one. Number two is that I'm sensing that neither side here, neither probation or LACO, were really involved in this because they're both saying they got late notice on this. And it might be a little early in the game to really do a motion. Maybe we should sit back and table it. And I can see Wendy's going to go off on that in a second. The other side of it is, like I say, the key thing is that, yeah, I'd like to see much quality I'd like to see live education, but that's not going to happen a lot of times. But maybe there's a way of finding a workaround with some of the colleges that if we're doing a math class or an English class while they're in session, they can do it Zoom live or synchronous for the students. I'm just looking at some options here. Having sat on a number of committees for the California Department of Education, I understand how funding works, and it's not always a good thing for us to try and squeeze it out. So, Wendy?
I'm going to go off by standing up and stating the Pledge of Allegiance here, Commissioner Meredith. I am an attorney. I do not practice law, but I did practice law in one area that's very important to me, and it's the Brown Act. The California Brown Act, our sunshine laws, make democracy very messy in California, and they impact the Probation Oversight Commission in particular. What that means for the members of the public is that the commissioners cannot discuss an item with more than a quorum of the commissioners participating. So there were only 3 commissioners who were involved in the subcommittee because a quorum is 5. And so they met with all of these different jurisdictions. They talked with LACO. It is true that probation was not, I sent the email, I just looked it up, it was a week ago Thursday that I sent the actual proposal to them for their comments and did not ask for a presentation, but that's because that's the way this is supposed to work with this commission, is that's why there's a in very big red font on Janisha's beautiful proposal is the word draft. This is a draft of a proposal that was put together collectively by the commissioners and the ad hoc committee for discussion with the stakeholders, including especially probation and LACO and OICR, but also with you all, which is most important, so that you all could participate and share your concerns and comments with this. I will say the #1 recommendation does ask LACO to present a proposal. So that it is, I think, an acknowledgement that the Probation Oversight Commission, with all of your extraordinary expertise, are not the experts on how this should actually be implemented. And then, in fact, if the board decided or if the departments decided that this was the right way to go, they should put together a proposal to do basically what Commissioner Prater stated, who is a member of the subcommittee, which I think is what you see reflected in the recommendations, which is to say, here's how this could be done. Here's how much money we would need. Here's the sources of that money that could be available. Here's how many staff members we would need. I mean, now I'm just throwing out ideas, but I will acknowledge that this is not a beautiful process, but I will not acknowledge that democracy is not beautiful. And I think this is the way it's supposed to work. And if you all have concerns about it, now is the time to bring them up. And you can certainly, I mean, this proposal, and the committee members may have another opinion, but this you can scratch things out individually. You could scrap the whole thing. You could ask the committee to start over again. You could say, we approve this with these adjustments. That is what is before you today.
I would just recommend that LACO work with probation's education to try and find common ground here if they're going to do a proposal, because they're going to be short on funding on one side. And I think that we need to work together and not separately on that between the 2 agencies. And I know I can listen to Dr. Dorado. I can hear her concerns in her voice.
Well, I think that this would also address, this would also address the continuing issues that LACO does have just operating its regular day-to-day education, and bring it out in public that, you know, trying to find space should be something that is priority. And making sure that the classrooms are safe, making sure that they're available, and making sure that the space, I mean, we have additional spaces in our camps and on our facilities. So I think in fleshing this out, it will not only kind of redirect how we do postgraduate education, but it will also address the issues with regarding probation interaction with LACO. Commissioner Terry?
I would just add having a youth voice represented in this process. I feel like youth speak so much about their education when we go out to do visits, as well as parents. Parents are always, you know, not always, but they frequently contact us and mention challenges that they're having, suggestions, recommendations. So it would be great to have that reflected in this process.
Dr. Corral, your hand's up.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Mundo. Just wanted to address a couple of points that were brought up over the conversation. One of those is that in the proposal, it mentions exploring the feasibility of transferring NCC-funded probation education services items. Now, just to make clear, LACO is not a county department, even though the name, some people assume that, the Los Angeles County Office of Education, the name kind of implies that it is, but it is not a county department. The individuals that we're talking about here, the positions that we're talking about here, these are county employees that are represented by unions that have MOUs. And so these are individuals that I want to make sure that in the midst of all this, we don't forget about these folks. And these are the same individuals that when COVID hit a couple of years ago, they were there every single day. These are individuals that, in spite of COVID, they were putting themselves and their families at risk because there wasn't one semester where we did not have college, even throughout COVID. LACO called it in. They were doing virtual learning. Probation Education Services, we didn't cancel one semester. There wasn't one young person that didn't receive a college education that was interested in participating throughout the COVID pandemic because Probation Education Services was there, and we continue to be there. And I also want to mention, I know Dr. Eduardo pointed out, I know that Dr. Eduardo pointed out some of the, some of the issues that probation is having in terms of staffing and such. And, LACO is facing some of the same issues in terms of the number of substitutes. And there's just, and this is not a finger pointing exercise, but all that to say that both agencies dealing with the number of youth that we're working with and the issues and everything else, there's blame to be shared on both sides. But this is not about sharing blame. This is about talking about what's best for this population. And the reason that we have so many graduates is because of AB 216. And I'm glad to hear that AB 2181 addresses some of those challenges, because under AB 216, LACO is graduating a lot of individuals with the state minimum requirement of 130 credits. And it's, that's something that is good, I guess you could say, because a young person leaves us with a high school diploma. But a lot of these young people are ill prepared to transition and ill prepared to go to college. So that's one of the other big challenges. So I'm glad that under AB 2181, LACO will be able to keep the young people longer. That's something that we've been advocating for a long time. I know I had a discussion with Commissioner Prater not too long ago. I was at the POC for a different presentation, and that's something that we've been in support of for a long time. We think that somebody that graduates with the minimum statewide requirement of 130 credits is oftentimes ill prepared to transition. So this is very complex, and it's something that there's just a lot of inaccuracies in the report that we could have easily corrected if probation would have been consulted during the creation of this report. So we're here and we're ready to collaborate and provide feedback. But I wish we would have been consulted prior to this report being issued out because of the number of inaccuracies that are posted in it.
Thank you, Dr. Corral. Now, this discussion can go on forever, which is what we don't have. So at this point, I think that we can go on and see if we can have a motion to approve the attached proposal for submission to the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a, no, is anybody willing to motion for this motion?
Or do we need time to, I'm sorry, I know that we don't have a lot of time, but
So we can
I
vote.
wanna, well, and somebody educate me in the room about the process, but
So first we do a motion, then we vote yes or no. And if,
yeah, like I think that, yeah, maybe that's what thank you.
There's no motion on the table.
There's no motion on the table?
Correct.
There is no?
No.
Okay. Wendy, help me. Wendy, I don't know. I think what I'm just want to offer, and you can tell me what the proper mechanism to kind of get this accomplished is, right? Is that we just take take a beat, right? And I feel like this is, and I think the report even sort of like calls it out, like this is going to be a collaborative effort, you know, in this transition. There should be conversation with probation education services, with LACO, with the community college partners, specifically on the higher education side, to sort of like figure out what is the way forward. But what I'm hearing from Dr. Corral, and and maybe I don't want to misunderstand what I thought I heard him saying that last piece, is that there's more insight that we could provide that could strengthen this proposal. Is that what you're saying, Dr. Corral? Is that like, if you had more time, then you could provide context or information that could strengthen this? Or is that what I hear you saying? Maybe it's a question that I have.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Prater. No, what I'm saying is that uh, if working collaboratively with the POC, we can clarify some of the inaccuracies in the report. There are uh, quite a few things that are in there that are of great concern to probation, and one of the biggest ones being that these 33 positions that are listed, these are LA County employees, some of which have been with the county for well over 20 years, dedicated employees that are providing these services. And so to, just say, we'll transfer their positions over to LACO, a non-county department, is a challenge. That's something that's unprecedented. And, these are individuals that have dedicated their lives to serving the young people in our care through education. And so I think that there's just a lot of information that's missing from this report.
So if we can move forward either two ways. One, somebody make a motion, somebody second it, and we continue with the proposal and vote. Or we basically think about continuing the ad hoc committee. So if there's somebody willing to approve the motion and second it, then we can go that direction.
I'm pretty sure the LA County Office of Education is a county department. So I was a little confused by that representation.
That's probably something Dr.
We are
Duardo is
not.
best poised to answer.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. We are not a county department of education. I mean, we are not a county department. We were a county department, and many, many years ago, we were separated out. We work very closely with all of the county departments, and we work very closely with the supervisors. We're kind of like, but officially we're not a county department, but we blend funding and move funding in and out from, money comes through. For example, all of our community schools were funded by the Board of Supervisors. So money is pushed in and out of the county into LACO.
Thank you.
I will make a motion to, I guess, is it approve this report and have it be shared with the Board of Supervisors? Is that the motion that I'm making?
Is that what it would be?
That is entirely up to you all. What you want to do to go
So
forward.
if we approve it, then it's going to be shared with the Board of Supervisors.
Isn't it premature?
The recommendations, which are on page 7 of the proposal, is that the Probation Oversight Commission would make these recommendations, which include the development of a proposal. That's the first bullet point. The second is, should the Board of Supervisors find the proposal satisfactory, the board should, and then it goes on to say, designate LACO as the lead entity, work with the CEO to explore the feasibility of transferring the positions, instruct the auditor controller to assess the spending plan. So those are the recommendations.
Yeah, I don't think there's any harm in like LACO advancing a proposal in consultation with probation to improve access to higher education for our young folks. And I think that enough time has passed where I think we have seen such a wide range of higher education that young people have experienced that like every day is a lost opportunity. So in that vein, I am making a motion to advance the recommendations that are in the Education Ad Hoc Committee's report.
Is there a second? Commissioner Ship. Commissioner Meredith?
I'm going to point out again, I think it's a little premature to send this to the board when it's been pointed out by Dr. Corral that there's some inaccuracies he'd like to correct, and he didn't get this report until Friday. Board of LACO's explained they got it at short notice too, so I think it's a little premature to put this forth.
Thank you. Any other comments, concerns?
I wonder what is
You're
on
talking to the
Sam's
mic.
mind. I feel like something's
talking to the
there.
You see me?
Yeah,
Because I'm trying to just be
Talking
mindful.
to the mic, please.
I'm trying to just be mindful of how much space I take up in meetings. You know what I mean? I don't want to like, I can talk long. And so I'm trying to just be mindful of that. This is in draft form. I think that Wendy rightly sort of like noted that in bold, bright red on the front, it says draft. And I think this is the moment where we get to sort of add whatever amendments, whatever changes, whatever edits to the proposal. I am largely supportive of the proposal moving forward. I would like, however, for LACO and probation to perhaps, like I say, take a beat. Perhaps we just pause for a second before and then get this out of draft form, give probation the chance to sort of respond to whatever they feel is misrepresented or not accurate or not fully captured, give LACO time to really digest this. So when we put this before the Board of Supervisors, then this is no longer a draft. That means we've actually done the due diligence. We've actually spent just a little bit more time to sort of like get it where it needs to be so that we can put something in front of the Board of Supervisors that we're all proud of. And so that's just kind of my position. I don't know if I have anybody else is.
I would just say the only way to get it out of draft form, unless you somehow wanted to delegate that to staff, which I actually would not recommend, is to vote on it at another meeting. So it's not something that can become a final document on behalf of the Probation Oversight Commission unless the full commission votes on it. That's actually pretty clearly enumerated in our bylaws and the ordinance.
So if the probation department wanted to correct anything that they felt was misleading or inaccurate, what would the steps be? We would approve this draft and then they could give feedback corrections and then we'd have to approve it again, which means we'd lose time also, I'm aware of.
I sent the draft to them a week ago. It was Thursday morning, and they could have submitted corrections since then. And I mean, in fact, that was the point of sharing the draft with them. But certainly, if you all are inclined to give them more time to submit their specific feedback to the draft, then you could choose to do that. I don't think I mean, you could make any motion that you want related to this.
Commissioner Canales?
Well, I was just concerned because when we started the meeting and then they said that they were, I can't remember the exact word, but kind of like thrown for a loop, with the proposal. And so I'm just wondering if we did wait, if there would be like a counter proposal or editing or something like that.
Good question. Point of
Or
clarification.
amendments, I guess.
I think I was in our subcommittee meeting. Dr. Carl, you were there on that last meeting, correct?
No, but he was at a meeting.
Is that one? Yeah. Well, not the last one,
Yes,
but the last one that I was at.
Yes.
Was he present at that meeting? If I remember. But
Commissioner, to respond, sir, I was at a meeting in which we were talking about dual enrollment with the state chancellor's office. There was no mention of a proposal to, defund probation education services. That meeting was focused on dual enrollment, and I pointed out the fact that I believe that somebody from LACO should have been invited to be at the dual enrollment meeting because I can't speak for dual enrollment because that's LACO's, wheelhouse.
no, I'm clear on that part. Okay, I just want to. So then to Executive Director Wendy's point about having this proposal a week ago and then no response, is this the first that you're responding to this in a public meeting? And was there any response to the email that in the proposal that she gave to you a week ago?
Yes, I did receive a response. In fact, the department responded asking for this not to go forward, in which I explained exactly what I just explained about the Brown Act. And I also told Dr. Corral that we were not expecting a presentation from him today. So there has been communication back and forth. So I mean, I know they received the proposal, obviously, but not any responses to any of the content of the proposal.
Okay. Yeah, that's the question. But thank you for pointing it out. So the question about, is there a reason you didn't provide the feedback to the draft proposal that you received that might correct the inaccuracies or the errors or the representations here?
Commissioner Prater, the actual proposal was received late last week, and both Probation and LACO received the proposal on the same day. I did reach out to LACO, and they were in the same position that we were in. This was something that I don't think either agency was prepared for or ready to respond to. And then we communicated back and forth. I met with our county council, and where we can provide updates and correct some of the the inaccuracies in the proposal, but it just wasn't the timeline didn't allow for that, simply because this, we didn't know if today was just an opportunity to say this is the draft, the committee will continue working on it. It just, the timeline wasn't there, and we weren't part of it. For starters, the fact that it mentions that there was collaboration between Probation and LACO through the preparation of this proposal, that's inaccurate. I mean, we meet all the time. We meet with LACO, we meet with the POC. When I was invited to that dual enrollment meeting last week with short notice, I was there. But even during that meeting, there was zero mention of this proposal. So I think that, with some time, we can provide an update, and clarify the inaccuracies in here, and also provide some data, because I think that a lot of what's being discussed doesn't really give the full breadth of what Probation Education Services does, and it oversimplifies the process of defunding an operation within probation. And once again, these are dedicated probation county employees that are represented by employee unions that do have MOUs. And so it's not as simple as the proposal makes it sound. And I know that, this isn't saying it's going to happen or it's not going to happen, but with the short timeline, we weren't able to give a real response, as LACO wasn't able to give a real response either, with the fact that we saw it for the first time last week via email.
So thank you. There's a motion on the table that requires public comment, and then we can come back and.
Does there need to be a second?
Yes, there is a second. So let's do public comment, and then we'll come back, we'll finish up and vote and go from there.
Okay, so the motion that's on the table by Commissioner Kokani and seconded by Commissioner Shipp is to advance the recommendations in the proposal that is presented from the Education Ad Hoc Subcommittee. And we'll take comments from the room first. Welcome. And if you'd like to make comments virtually, you can raise your hand using the raise your hand function or dial *3 on your phone. Good morning.
My name is Eugenia Wilson. I'm with Living Advantage. We provide services to the camp, school, and group homes and things. And so I guess one of my things I like to say is that there's definitely a lack of communication. And communication is very important, because the bottom line is the ones who fall through the crack are our youth. Education is very important for them. And one of the things that I'm not certain about how the programming is going, but tutoring is very important. And you speak about it being virtual and the youth being able to see it virtually, but who's there with them, ensuring that they're understanding what they're being taught at that time. So if you're asking the probation officers to be tutors as well as you're asking them to do other jobs, that's a challenge. And that's where community-based organizations can come in and assist in that. Not only that, not all of our youth are going to be going into secondary education. What about the work program that's supposed to be there? We need to do more on career setting with those that are there in the camps. But in the process of doing that, tutoring also falls into that as well, because we need to meet our youth where they are. So we need more communication among yourselves, the LACO, probation, and also when do you reach out to the community-based organization to fill some of those holes? Because we are available for that. I mean, we've been in this field for over 30 years. And the one thing that I know is education is very important, but it's on both sides, and they need to have an opportunity to work as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Salim Allen, and I'm a member of the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. And I'm here to address the Los Angeles County Probation Oversight Commission. This is a very important issue to me because I was formerly incarcerated in Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall in 1995. And as we all know, that facility and LA County juvenile facilities have been a mess for many years, and they continue to still be a mess today. We need to provide our youth with all of the tools that they need to succeed. And I agree with Dr. Kakani or Commissioner Kakani that time is of the essence. Like, we cannot continue to kick this can down the road. And with all due respect, Dr. Corral, with you being a man of higher education, I would think that you would have more urgency to provide to youth in these facilities with every tool that they need to succeed. It seems like you're providing a little bit of an impediment. Excuse me. It seems like you and Commissioner Meredith, with all due respect, it seems like you guys are trying to hamstring the process a little bit. And I commend Commissioner Kakani, Commissioner Prater, for your commitment, and all of the others who seem like they're on the youth side. Like, we're talking about youth who are very precious. There's been a problem, no matter what state we're in, all around the world, the age of our youth in these facilities, they're of a precious age. And we should, even if we have to go, I'll contact and write our state legislators, but we have to get this done. If we need to pause this issue and do it, I'm not exactly familiar or understanding where this particular item is in the process. If we're going to pause it and have an ad hoc committee, which I think should be done to study it and address the inaccuracies and discrepancies that Dr. Corral says is in the report, even though you did kind of have an adequate amount of time and an opportunity to respond and
Thank
request
you.
more time to address the discrepancies. But this
Thank you.
matter should be.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm so thankful that you're here and welcome you to give comment on future agenda items. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Let's talk about this amazing item. So director likes data. So I want to provide several datas. Sheriff Lee Baca ended up in prison. Orange County Board of Supervisor ended up in prison. Council member Jose Huizar ended up in prison. Los Angeles Board of Supervisor Thomas Bradley ended up in prison. So, to going back to what Dr. Eduardo said, education is really, really transformative. I agree. It transfers you to a better educated criminal and not be in federal prison. So I want to make sure that we understand that before you can achieve a better education, there's much more important before that. It's called a moral education. I think the number one priority for you is to make sure to educate your juvenile that let's stop committing a crime. Let's stop going back to the jail system. Let's stop going back to prison. Let's stop being a looter, rioter, whatever crime right there. And then after they completed their moral education, you can start their associate degree, bachelor degree, master degree, whatever education right there. Otherwise, you're just teaching them, they can have a doctor degree and then end up, continue to beat up their wife and continue to get arrested by the cop. So what's the purpose of having those kind of education? I disagree with that. So those are the general moral education that every kid is supposed to receive when they were 5 years old, 6 years old. But obviously their parents failed them, or maybe their father disappeared somehow, sometime in their life. So right now, you are the mother of the probation director. And then our president is the father of the probation. And then the mother and the father, you need to make sure every single juvenile understands, stop committing crime. That's the #1 education.
Oh, again, I wasn't gonna comment on this, but I just want to give it to a Corral. I can't say your name. I'm sorry. He knows who I'm talking to. His people do an excellent job. These guys come and they do the college services. They do it rain or shine. They show up. They don't have an attendance problem. I don't understand why you would take what they do and give it over to LACO when a lot of the times we have substitutes instead of teachers. They have the same issues we have. So when they mention that, 60% of their staff don't show up, well, the teachers don't show up either. Do the teachers have we asked the teachers, would they want to take these kids out on a field trip to a college by themselves without probation? Have we asked them that? I hear people that sit in offices making decisions. But have you asked your teachers that if that's what they feel safe doing? I doubt that. I just want to give it up once again. His people does an excellent job. They come to they're at our camp, and like you said, during COVID, I was there. His people was there. Where was LACO? They was at home with their families taking care of them. We were in the facility taking care of those kids, getting sick as well. So when we talk about taking jobs away from people and giving it to another department because they could do a better job, let's look and see if they can actually do a better job. Because from what I see and what these kids are dealing with, it's his people showing up. It's his people that's out there doing it every day. This right here, I'm gonna keep it real and I'm gonna tell you the truth. It's just a money grab. Oh, the funding. That's what they're going after for, the funding that comes with it. Because to say that his people the job should be given away of everybody that educates these kids, his people shows up, especially at my camp.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Antonia, and I am here with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I want to continue the comment made by a member of ours, Salim Allen, and just want to reiterate that ARC is in strong support of providing youth with access to adequate secondary education. Education is a universal human right. Post-secondary education enrollment while incarcerated makes individuals 48% less likely to recidivate. Shamefully, for decades, probation has failed to provide youth with adequate, consistent education. ARC is open-minded to LACO's stepping into the lead role, but uplifts questions posed by Dr. Eduardo and the board commissioners. Quality is a necessary component of this draft proposal. If this transition occurs, as proposed, probation needs to be in compliance with LACO's requests that seem fundamental to youth success, such as less suspensions and resource assistance, including funding. Mr. Corral mentioned 148 youth graduates, but from our experience, this seems like a step in the right direction. However, from our experience, enrollment data only tells a portion of that story. And so many of us are aware that young people are leaving the system as graduates, but struggle with reading comprehension and functional math skills. So even when they are able to receive AAs or their high school diplomas, they're gaining entrance into college and then failing out. What are the guardrails for these youth? What are the ways that we are protecting their continued education? If any of you have known, it's very hard to be a first-generation college student or to go to college in general without guardrails. So what are the things that are protecting them? And then Is our current system setting up youth for failure? I call for the advancement of the proposal so that these guardrails and gaps do not fall on the heads of our youth.
Thank you. Okay, and we're going to go next to a phone caller. So you're going to need to dial *6 on your phone. You're calling user number 9, and your number starts with 323702. You're unmuted on our side, and if you hit *6, we should be able to hear you.
You hear me now?
Yes, please begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Saul Saravia, and I am with UCLA's Institute for Research on Labor and Employment. I also served as one of the readers for the Rising Scholars Juvenile Justice Grants Program, which was a specific dedicated funding stream issued in August of 2023. And since then, almost 2 years ago, we've been trying to get the Probation Education Services staff to collaborate with educators and with the community colleges to implement what they committed to in that program. I want to begin by directly refuting Dr. Corral's representation. The experience that we had in trying to implement what was in those grants was that probation served as the primary obstacle. And if I hear any hesitation in Dr. Eduardo's voice, it is because she cannot control whether probation, due to staffing issues, incompetence, or just an unwillingness to have more colleges come into the facilities, simply didn't facilitate the process. So if there's going to be an opportunity to correct facts and you're not going to advance this proposal, we should be given the opportunity to lay out the specific ways in which Dr. Corral, his data staff person, who refused to provide data and at one point hung up the phone on community members when asking for how many of the people enrolled in their current programs actually end up where they end up. We should be given the opportunity to do that. I think it's an important step to move the goals of the Juvenile Justice Grants Program, which has 3 more years of funding, for this proposal to go forward. And I just want to emphasize again that there were 2 years here where Probation Education Services should take responsibility for what has not happened, except for the obstacles of dual enrollment, which I agree with him. LACO should explain why that's such an obstacle. Thank you.
Thank you, Saul. It's always nice to have the voice of one of the architects of the Probation Oversight Commission giving public comment. We'll go next to Jacob Jackson. Good morning, Jacob.
Jackson, I'm with the Youth Justice Coalition. I want to thank you all for hosting the town hall last week as well. Out of all the important points mentioned, one that stood out to me was around the Barry J. Nowdar Juvenile Hall establishing an icy spray on children. Even though the Board of Supervisors outlawed it, it's used in all juvenile halls. While we understand that young people may not always listen or conflicts can arise, there must be alternatives and humane methods to de-escalate situation without causing harm. On to the next point, which what you guys are talking about, the proposal, which is turning to a motion. I want to also uplift the idea of bringing in post-secondary education programs hosted by a third party such as LACO. Educations provided young people with opportunities for deeper self-reflection, especially personal growth, learning new and relevant skills, improving readiness to enter workforce, and building pro-social and leadership skills. Having dual enrollment with higher quality education will more likely keep a young person wanting to be in school. Also recognizing youth may not want just education or want to do more than education, provide work source and continuous community-based services. And I also love what the first person talked about was also implementing tutoring as well. Right now, the probation department education services are stretched beyond capacity. Shifting the responsibility for post-secondary education to another department like LACO would help ensure youth receive higher quality instruction and more meaningful opportunities. I also would like to say that I love what I forget the name, but I just love what certain commissioners raised up around the quality of education, not just having education overall. It's based on what we just heard about architect and another teacher, right? The quality is more important than just the quantity. So I thank you so much.
Thank you, Jacob. We'll go next to Vivian Wong. Welcome, Vivian.
Wong, education attorney representing court-involved youth, and also a member of the Education Justice Coalition. I'm cautiously in support of this proposal, but want to emphasize that both LACO and probation have struggled to ensure education access for incarcerated youth for decades. I've submitted a longer written comment, but wanted to respond to Dr. Duardo's comments that LACO will need more funding if it were to take this on. If we're removing responsibilities from probation, we should decrease probation's budget and staffing accordingly. If this funding is transferred to LACO, we absolutely need a community-led mechanism to hold LACO accountable for how it's spending its money. In our client advocacy, we noticed that LACO was not paying for services that it promised to fund in their budget. We raised this issue with the California superintendent, but even Tony Thurmond couldn't do anything. To be clear, if this proposal is approved, we need a clear commitment from the Board of Supervisors and the Probation Oversight Commission to hold LACO accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one final commenter, that's Helen Eigenberg.
I want to say I kind of echo what Vivian and Saul both brought up. I would like to see this proposal move forward. I would also like to see LACO being held accountable. I had, the honor to sit in the first year with Rising Scholar Network meetings where I sat in as a community member, just a resident of Los Angeles. And the obstacles and the absences by LACO and probation were really disheartening. And we had someone working so hard. This is an amazing gift, the Rising Scholar Network. We have a young person who comes forward and says, I want to work for higher education. I want to get my diploma. We should be doing everything we can in our power to get this young person everything they need. The tutoring, thank you for speaking up about tutoring, but quality education. Again, let's put egos aside here, which I'm so tired of hearing from, and let's put these youth front and center. And any youth who comes forward and says, I want a college degree, we need to be giving them everything they need to do so that they can succeed to their best potential. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of public comment, and there is written public comment that has been attached to the agenda.
Commissioners, are there any more questions or further comments? Commissioner Shipp?
Yeah, so just real quickly, so the reason I second this and why I wanted to move forward with this today, and I may get in trouble for this because it's going to come out on our LP inspection, but when we went to LP recently, there were I want to say there were 3 probation education services staff overseeing around 20 kids. And then they had a contract with Student Nest that were around, I guess, 13 kids, right? The issue that I think the biggest issue for me was once that Student Nest contract was up, there was 3 to 20 something kids, right? Also, probation education services didn't have computers. I think they were borrowing LACO's computers during the time, right? And so seeing those things, right, is for me, understanding that LACO will consult with probation education services, will force all of them to come together to make a creative approach. Because I think us voting on it and bringing it to the board is just us making that recommendation, but for them, they have to make a real proposal in front of the board. And I'm hoping that together they can get very creative and change what's going on now. I think in the last 2 years, I've met a bunch of kids that either came from LACO or probation education services who do struggle with reading comprehension. And if I would hate to table this, and then more kids come home and they go to USC or a Berkeley, and they need more tutoring, or they have to set back their graduation 2-3 years from college, and instead of forcing them to get a little creative. So for me, that's why I second the motion, because it forces everybody, probation, LACO, to get creative and present this in front of the board.
Commissioner Canales, and then Commissioner Meredith, and Prater.
Yeah, I know this is a very complicated proposal, and really there's no solution as long as the kids are being educated in locked facilities and cages, right? And you're looking like, what do we do? Hand the problem off from one to another. And in my personal experience since being a commissioner, while I understand there is outstanding LACO teachers, I have also been on site where they were also suspending students, antagonizing them by not resetting their passwords. I went into the office one day and sat with the principal and started pulling certain staff where they were always repeatedly suspending students. So either way you look at it, I mean, we could toss a problem in the bucket no matter what side, you know, and we've seen that. So, you know, designate LACO as the lead entity when I don't know, but I mean, so that's, you know, I'm just sharing what I have seen firsthand and what I have, you know, in the past looked to address also. But yet I understand too, this is just a proposal. So that, you know, I just want to explain what I've seen, what I've experienced, and just passing it back and forth, looking for a solution somewhere in the middle. Thank you.
Commissioner Meredith?
Yeah, I still have a problem sending a draft that's not complete and accurate forward to the Board of Supervisors. But I also want to talk, I've heard several people here with experience talk about we've graduated from LACO students that have a problem with reading comprehension and math. So that doesn't give me a lot of confidence in having them manage a secondary program for post secondary education on that. Also, one of the things I think it's overlooked is that not every youth, and I'm going to say youth because we do have people at age 25 in custody, are going to be college students or want to be college students. We need to maybe look at some of the vocational training that should be provided too. And again, I just have a problem sending incomplete staff work forward.
Just wanted to ask a point of clarification about the process. So can we move forward to, can we vote today to move this proposal forward, right? And then can we kind of go back to the subcommittee and then in that moment ask for probation to provide a full report that we can either from the information that they provide to us, we can make adjustments to what's in the proposal, or we can attach, you know, their full report or response to the proposal that we send to the Board of Supervisors, give LACO that same opportunity. And can we just vote to approve it and then move it forward to the Board of Supervisors from the subcommittee? Like, is there a process that allows us to do that?
So this proposal is a public document attached to our agenda, which means everybody has access to what you all have in front of you right now. That being said, it is very clearly a draft and has not been approved by the Probation Oversight Commission as an official recommendation. So what I understand, and Commissioner Kakani, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the motion in front of you is to advance the recommendations. Those are the words that I heard you use, which is different than the full proposal. But perhaps you meant the full proposal. What I heard you say was advance the recommendations. So if that is the case, then the recommendations could be advanced to the board and the ad hoc subcommittee. This is what is not on the table today is wrapping up the ad hoc subcommittee. So the ad hoc subcommittee continues to exist and could continue to do anything that you want, but you cannot vote in the ad hoc subcommittee. You can't, I mean, you can come to a consensus about what you're doing, but the voting has to happen at a Probation Oversight Commission meeting. So nothing could come forward from the ad hoc subcommittee that would have the blessing of the full commission without bringing it back, putting it on the agenda, allowing for public comment and having a vote. And I'm just going to look at Jansen to make sure I said that correctly.
Commissioner Kakani?
So when I said advancing the recommendations, I mean, it's literally just for LACO and the probation department to come up with a proposal. And then they can present that proposal to the board, to justice deputies or whoever, I don't know, I imagine they're education deputies, who then take that into consideration. I'm sure there are inaccuracies that can be corrected, but I don't understand how that impedes LACO and the probation department from coming together to engage in a conversation about what are the challenges around providing higher quality, higher education. And while I have seen plenty of LACO teachers who raise a lot of questions and concerns in my head, this is not so much about the LACO teachers. This is about an institution whose job it is to provide education, and in theory are experts in that, who can think about how community colleges provide more quality higher education. and how we can ensure that that gets to young folks in a way that lands, that resonates, that engages them in a way that is currently not happening. So I guess I'm not, I don't know what putting a pause on this brings, because I don't understand why that conversation can't start separate and apart from whatever accuracies or inaccuracies need to be addressed. So that's, I hope that clarifies what I was asking to move forward. I mean, I feel like the second bullet we don't even get to until a proposal is created, and then it's the board takes it under advisement.
I think there may have been, because of that second bullet, given some of the concerns folks had questions with LACO, and so designating them as the lead entity, I think that was a sticking point for some people. But I think if the proposal is going to take into account what have been some longstanding systemic challenges within LACO and within probation education services, and how would that be addressed in the proposal, I could support that.
I'm just, the first bullet says that it articulates the infrastructure they need to successfully implement this work. So that means that you're also articulating the challenges that have prevented the successful implementation. But maybe I don't know.
I think that what you're trying to, what I hear you saying, Commissioner Terry, is that I think the proposal that Wendy was asking about clarity for was like, are we putting forward the motion to move forward the recommendations, right? And then the recommendation, we're not just saying the first bullet point, we're saying recommendations as a whole. And that recommendation, one of the recommendations is then the second bullet point, or sorry, this under the second point, designating LACO as the lead entity. And then that third bullet point is exploring transferring all the funds as well. And so I think that is, when we say recommendations, which part of the recommendations, right? And so I think that was where the confusion was for folks. I feel clear in my head. So if we need to sort of call the vote.
Commissioners, any other comments, questions?
I'm glad we were able to really.
Yeah, it's necessary.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion made by Commissioner Kakani and seconded by Commissioner Shipp is to advance the recommendations of the proposal that is attached to the agenda. And we have received public comment on that motion, and I will call the roll. Commissioner Mundo had to leave for a prearranged appointment, so Commissioner Terry has taken over chairing the meeting. I say that only because he will not be voting. Commissioner, you're voting yes, no, or abstain. Commissioner Canales?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris is absent. Commissioner Jackson is absent. Commissioner Kakani?
Yes.
Commissioner Meredith?
No.
Commissioner Prater?
Yes.
Commissioner Shipp? Commissioner Terry?
Yes.
So 4-1 with Commissioners Harris, Jackson, and Mundo being absent, the motion passes.
I think it's 5-1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. 5-1. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you panelists for joining us for this agenda item. You're excused, and we will move to a short break before we proceed to the next agenda item. Are there any objections to taking a break? Okay, we will resume. Are we giving it 10 minutes?
Sure.
Promptly at 11:58 for the next agenda item, which I believe is 5.
I'll tell you the cauldron rises.
Yes. We actually do need to wait for Commissioners Meredith and Prater to come back from outside. If someone wants to go bring them in. Welcome back to those of you in our virtual audience. We will be getting started with item number 5 shortly.
Tyreek, yell for Sam. Oh, there. There he comes. And Dawn.
I don't even have. Yes, I just want to make sure, yeah, we said your name. Okay.
They always do the rule that if there's a motion, there's 2 minutes. As without a motion, we do the agenda. That's why I'm trying to follow the rule. But yeah, I can say it. That's perfect.
No, it's okay. Okay, be of course.
All right, so for agenda item 5, we will discuss and take possible action on an overview of the probation department's internal data management systems and structure. The POC had asked the probation department to respond to a series of questions around their data management, which are all listed in the agenda. So joining us today is acting CIO Vijay Panatti, who will be responding to the questions about how the data management unit is structured, the roles of the team members, and how it is mitigating its long-standing data collection challenges. Following his presentation will be Administrative Deputy Stacy Lopez Maddox, who will be explaining why the department stopped publishing ProbeStat population statistics, when the department will resume publishing this data, and sharing the department's budget for data and research. Welcome.
Thank you. Shall I start? Yes. And I think it's the first time both of you are attending the Probation Oversight Commission meeting, so thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So
Is that one, you may have to hold it up really close for the virtual audience.
Also, Wendy,
Yes.
folks are saying there's no video right now.
Oh,
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vijay Panatti. I'm the acting CIO for LA County Probation. The 2 questions that I'll answer, I'll read them out and I'll give as full an answer as I can. So the first question was, how is the data management unit structured and what are the roles of the team members? Now, we recognize that getting data accurately, timely, and also in appropriate representation is very important. So we have been building a lot of capability within the department, within my team. We've structured the team into really 3 components. There's a data engineering team, there's a data science team, and a reporting and analytics team. Between them, we have right now 7 full-time staff and 3 contractor staff. At a high level, the data engineering team is responsible for basically ingesting and integrating the data from different systems into a centralized warehouse. And I'll talk about that in just a minute. They build and maintain what we call the ETL pipelines, the extract, transform, load. So when you have data, it's coming from various sources. They have different formats. So they need to be processed before they can be, again, consumed by a different stakeholder. The data science team is responsible really from a design perspective to design, clean, model, and enrich the data that we are getting. So they're, in a sense, they're at the front lines of our data team. The reporting and analytics team is really the team that's to a large extent working with our stakeholders who would be the operations. So when somebody needs some kind of a report or a dashboard, they'd be coming to the reporting and analytics team making the request, and we would be sitting with them with the requester to understand what the request is about and we really want to understand the why, because we want to make sure we give the right data. And we have a lot of challenges with the data, as obviously you folks are aware. So we try to do the best we can. We've been using our learnings of the past few years to build better systems, build more real-time dashboards and reports. And our overall objective is to get to a place where a stakeholder doesn't really need us. So if you need data, you push a button and you get it. for the most part. That's kind of where we're going. This is at a high level, the structure of the organization now, and I'm kind of bleeding into the next question, but we have goals of improving our capabilities and uplifting a lot of our skills and building out the team, because there's an ever-growing need for more and more data with more and more need for urgent insights. So there's actually a strong need for us to build out a lot of that capability. Moving to the second question, how is the data management unit working to mitigate the long-standing data collection and reporting challenges, such as accurately collecting, analyzing, and reporting high-quality data consistently given a decentralized department and antiquated data management systems? We have historically operated with a lot of scattered data with systems that are not necessarily able to talk to each other easily. And over time, we've built a vision of moving into a modern framework. So what we're doing was all net new applications, net new things we're building. We have designed a framework, a data framework architecture, and we conform to that architecture. And we are slowly sunsetting, or essentially, the best way to describe it is buying a new app or building a new app and letting go of an older applications we're using. So we're doing that over time, and all the new applications we're building, developing, or buying are conforming to our data architecture. Now, as part of that vision, we're also moving a lot of data into the cloud, into a consolidated warehouse. So this is one place where it's like a one-stop shop for anyone to request data. And our goal is really to make it truly a one-touch system for somebody who has a request. They can go in and they can query that data to their heart's content. I'm trying to get my team to some extent out of the loop of the request. We want to be on the back end, making the systems work so that the requesters could be anybody. It could be our operations, it could be you folks. You should be able to just get the data you want when you need it without having to make a request to us. So that's kind of what we are doing. And it's easy to say, it's kind of hard to do. There are lots of parts to get there. We're already some way there, but key things that we're doing is, number one, we are growing our talent, and we're trying to recruit as best as we can given the constraints that we have. No matter how good a vision is, without the right people, we will not be able to deliver. So what we've done is, with our team, we've upskilled our team. We do have a good team, but given the large influx of requests, we definitely need more. But we are doing what we have with our team. We are, as I just indicated before, this is a key part of our kind of design and vision, is we are centralizing a lot of the data in a data warehouse. So that way there's one place to go to get all the data. We are also, as we are learning with operations about individual systems, we are cleaning and enriching the data that we get. Now, I'll give you a very trivial example. If somebody says that the individual lives in LA, in Los Angeles, Angeles, or without a space, with all of these in the system, they are different. So we have to cleanse that and make it look, we have to make it extractable in a format that's consistent. Again, that's a very trivial example, but that's just to make the point. So we're doing all of that. We're again trying to build those systems in, the automation into all of our workflows. So people don't have to worry about it. The system does it for us. We are doing a lot of automation as much as we can right now, and that is one of our goals going forward. My goal is we want to have as little human intervention to fix data. So using my old example of Los Angeles, or with our LA, we want the systems to do it. The reason we want that is we want what we do to be predictable. When we give a report, it needs to be consistent, repeatable, and predictable. Even if there's a mistake, if it is a predictable mistake, we can find it and fix it. So that's kind of where we are going with a lot of our work that we are working with operations right now. On the same token, as we are learning with operations, we are strengthening the mechanisms of what we call input validation of the sources. So the report is only as good as the integrity of that initial input of the data. So our focus really is, how do we make sure that when the data is entered, it is, as number one, correct, consistent, and easy to understand as possible. So we're working with all of our stakeholders as we build systems to make sure that input mechanism is as easy and as consistent as possible. In addition to this, we are doing training and change management as we build dashboards. We serve it out to the to our stakeholders, and we work with them to make sure that the dashboards that we build, the reports that we build, are actually useful. And it's an iterative learning process. A lot of times when we get a request, it doesn't necessarily fulfill the actual need, but we work with the stakeholder to figure out the full need and try to fulfill that. The last thing I want to say is all of this is complex. We're doing a lot of changes. We have come a long way, but there is really a long way left to go. And to manage that, we have built and we are rolling out a set of governance and standards. So going forward, whatever we do, again, is predictable, it's consistent, it's manageable, and it's something that we can rely on. So that's on the back end in terms of governance. But what that does is it helps next time we give you a report, when you ask for data, it's number one, going to be easy. Number two, you can trust it even more. That's at a high level what we have been doing. I'm happy to take any questions that you have with respect to any specific item. Thank you.
And I think we can go on to our next presenter and then do questions after both have gone.
Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you for having us here. With everything that my colleague, Mr. Panotti, just stated, as you all know, probation has had a long-standing challenge with technology, with providing data. And so with our with our long-term plans, our short-term plans for what we're going to do, we should be able, at the touch of a button, be able to provide more reporting. We've also had a lot of staffing challenges, as you're aware, and getting subject matter experts to assist with building these programs, because our IT folks cannot be the sole builders of these programs. So we need folks from our operations side to help with that. But in hearing earlier discussions today too, we know how important it is that we're providing accurate and reliable data to all stakeholders that are asking for it. But with every technology that is implemented, it takes time. So again, we have short-term projects that are in place, and then we have our long-term vision of what that's going to look like, so that we can provide reports that provide the data that everyone is requesting from our department. But again, I don't want to say that this is going to happen overnight, because anything that we implement is going to take some time, but we are happy to discuss that further with you all and just provide updates on where we are with various projects, because again, I'm sure we'll be having this discussion in the near future as well, but be happy to come back and discuss. And all of this really is related to why we paused the ProbeStat data. We want to make sure that all of the data is cleaned properly, as Mr. Panotti stated, because there are some concerns with the data collection with regards to just, potential human error of data, because there's so many manual processes that are happening within the department. I mean, Excel spreadsheets that we're working from, and manual things that our staff have to do. And then we have to roll it into a report. So we really wanted to pause and reset and see how we can provide the most reliable, accurate data. So we put a pause on our ProbeStat statistics that were being released publicly. But we do plan to release, more information as our data is cleaned up and we have proper reports and reliable reports that we can provide all of our internal stakeholders. But I know that was one of the questions that was asked by the commission, so we wanted to address that. And then we'd be happy to take any other questions from the commission or anyone on the calls that's listening. Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Commissioner Meredith and then Prater.
This might be naive on my part, but for 20 years I've been around, our computer systems have been complete failures. Just the reality of it. I know the sheriffs are having some similar problems with their systems. Is there no off-the-shelf system because of all the correction agencies nationwide that we could look at? I mean, I guess it's kind of naive, but I'm just thinking, is there some system that's kind of standard?
Yeah, no, that's actually a great question. So we actually are right now going through some initiatives to consolidate our case management solutions. So that is part of what we're looking at. We're looking at what we call COTS solutions, common off-the-shelf solutions, or a SaaS cloud solution. So we are researching that. It's non-trivial because a lot of our key critical workflow is already built into these systems. So we have to change, and change, as you know, is very difficult. So it requires a lot of upfront planning, design, and work. So we are on that path. We are looking, again, we don't want to really build anything in-house because it doesn't make sense for us to maintain it. So we are actively looking at solutions. We're looking at other options, but that's all in play right now. And it's a very long-term plan, but we are absolutely resolutely going forward on that path.
I thank you. Just quick question. You might have mentioned this earlier in the presentation, but your division this reports directly into whom? Like what part of probation does the data apparatus report into?
Sure. The data, well, currently it reports to me, and then I report to Stacy.
And then?
And
To
I'm kind of felt like, what department are you housing at? Human resources, operations. Like I'm trying to figure out where you all are housed. Or do you have a direct line to the chief? Like where in the org chart are you?
Yes, so I'm the administrative deputy for probation. I report to the chief deputy, and then the chief deputy reports to the chief. But I do have access to the chief as far as discussions on these subject.
Okay, I just want to kind of figure out how many layers, before the top, are you all in terms of sort of like getting accurate information to the top leadership. And then you mentioned that this takes time. I've heard you say that like a good 6 times, right? This is going to take time. This is going to take time. What kind of time are we talking here? Based upon some off the shelf sort of like solutions. I think I agree with you all that building it internally could be disastrous because then it becomes awkward to manage and it can be outdated or whatever, all that kind of thing. What is the timeline in your mind about where we'll be at a place where we are proficient, data is clean, it flows smoothly internally and externally? What are you projecting here with respect to time?
Before he answers, can I reply to Commissioner Meredith? First of all, you were not being naive. That was a great question.
Talk about me being naive.
No, you're not naive. I want to just address that we are working with outside contractors as well to help us with some of this, because we know that we are not going to be able to do all of this within probation, again, because of our staffing resources and just because technology takes so long. But I want to make sure that everybody understands that we are looking at every option out there, and the off the shelf. We have ad hoc reports, and I'll let Mr. Pinotti talk about that. There are reporting that is being provided, but we need a long-term solution. We need a case management system. And so that would be our long-term solution. We don't have that currently. We're building a lot of reports, or as we call them, ad hoc reports, through Power BI, through other options, and then looking at other contractors to help us. But that's just right now in the short term, because again, the department needs a long-term technology. And previous to my assignment here, I worked for a large state agency where it does take time for technology, but it's possible. So we just have to put a plan in place and continuing to push forward and get the people to help us that we need to build this, because it can happen, but it's going to take some time. And I know you guys have probably been hearing that for a bit.
Now, number 9.
And yeah, but we do want to build this case management plan, or case management system, I apologize, because that will be a good solution for probation for a lot of the questions that we were hearing this morning and throughout this hearing. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Pinotti. I apologize.
Thank you. So I'll answer a little bit more detail, because I want to be very clear about a couple of things. One, I'm not waiting for perfection. So every single day right now, we're getting better and better. We are building better reports. We are giving more data, even today, compared to a year ago. So we are not going to wait for that final end stage, perfect utopia before we give you anything that's needed. That being said, we're being very intentional in some of our improvements. So we are, like I indicated, we're building the data warehouse. That's a key component. So that took a lot of preliminary work where you couldn't see any results because it was a lot of, think of it like when you're building the house, you're building the frame, you're building the structure, but before you put the electricals and turn the electricity on, it's really not useful as a house, but it's really important that you do those steps, right? So like the plumbing. So we've done all that, a good portion of that. So to answer your question directly, the long-term plan is going to be a few years to get to that, what I would call ideal state. But with every month, every week right now, we're getting better. We're giving more data. We're cleaning up some smaller systems. And we have built some temporary applications for key functionality for the camps and halls that are already giving good data. So we are on that path. It'll be a few years, but for any specific request that you have, or if you have an urgent need saying, I need to see this data, if I get that request, what we can do is we can make a plan to get that at least piece of data quicker than the long term.
All right, so 2028. So a few years in my mind is 3 years. So if I'm on this commission in 3 years, then we'll have realized this utopian place. I'm excited about that.
If the stars align, yeah. I mean, there are constraints that are outside of our control, right? So even if we talk about funding, resource is a big constraint. And to be clear, it's not just resources of outside. It's just not enough to throw money at it. We need resources internally. And that's always a big challenge to get the right resources quickly. So that is a challenge that I can't really short circuit. I just need to wait for that to happen.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kakani?
Can I just ask, how long have you both been with the probation department?
Well, this is my 6th week.
Okay.
So, but I, again, have worked in other agencies and departments where technology was challenging, similar to this, and were successful in implementing programs that provided data that other stakeholders needed. So yeah, I've been here 6 weeks. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah.
I've been a little under 7 years now.
Okay. That's helpful.
Commissioner Kakani, Administrative Deputy Lopez Maddox is replacing Robert Smythe, for those of you,
I
if
see.
that helps give context.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, I just asked because there is like so much changing leadership, and just even in the last, I don't know, 8 months, 9 months, the commission receives, for example, daily population statistics. Basically, how many young people are incarcerated, where are they incarcerated, and I think every couple, I mean, they stopped sharing that data with us, I think, for a period of time from November till at some point in 2025. And then they started sharing it, and then they changed it again. And I'm just curious, like, who is that? Do you all handle that? Is that just like, do you have no idea what I'm talking about? I only ask because I'm so confused by whoever decided to share that data, like by why they made those decisions. For example, before we had an age breakdown. So how many 12-year-olds are incarcerated? How many 13-year-olds are incarcerated? Which is really important information. The fact that we're incarcerating 12-year-olds is mind-blowing to me as a parent of a 12-year-old, but we do that type of stuff. But all of a sudden, the department decides to lump 12 to 16-year-olds, which feels not helpful and kind of hides important pieces of information that the public and the commission should have. So I'm just curious, like, who makes those decisions? Is that you all? Is that someone who just decides to pull the data?
I will need to check on that because I'm not sure who provides that to you. So I can find out and let you know. Is it just the population report you're
I mean,
inquiring
that's
about?
just like one example,
Yeah.
but yes, the
Okay.
population report. And there are other things that have changed in there as well. For example, we no longer know how many girls and gender expansive youth are in secure youth treatment facilities, which will be really important as we move all of the girls and gender expansive youth to Kilpatrick. So just to lump all the girls tells us nothing about who we're incarcerating, and, you know, what we should be looking at, what numbers are increasing, right? I mean, data is supposed to tell a story. So when you lump 12 to 16-year-olds, it doesn't tell me anything. When you lump all the girls, it tells me nothing. So I'm just.
So we can look into that, Commissioner, and see why the changes happened or the data changed. So we'll get back to you on that.
Okay. And then one question wasn't answered, which was what is the department's budget for data and research? So would love to know what that line item is, if you have that.
I do. So for the area under Mr. Panati, data management, and he had mentioned how many staff, but our budget is 1.6 million for that area. Again, it's just the data management unit. And for our research unit, it's 1.3 million and a total of 8 positions in that unit.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, the data management unit has six positions and 3 contracted positions. Is that correct?
7 as of today.
7 as of today.
Okay, 7 full-time positions, I think you shared, right? And 3 contracted positions. Okay. And do you have vacant positions?
Yes.
Like items that are
Yeah, we do have
dedicated to
vacancies. I don't have that immediate count off the top of my head, but we do have a few vacancies. I think around 3 vacancies.
Okay. Oh,
Just in that, thank you. Just in the data.
data
unit.
management.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
And
yeah.
Yeah.
They're vacant in both. There's some vacancies in both
And
units.
both. Okay. Sorry, I had some other questions. For the, I mean, the probe stat, I understand that there's a larger timeline for integrating all and streamlining all of the different kind of data collection and data management systems and the antiquated systems that exist within probation. But probe stat feels, I don't know, at least from what I remember of it, pretty straightforward. So is that on that same multi-year timeline, or is that looking at a quicker turnaround?
Well, I'll have Ms. Lopez Maddox answer about the timeline for ProbeStat specifically, but I'll give some context. Building that ProbeStat report takes a lot of the team members a lot of time right now. So when we had to build it, I know my team also, even in IT, we had to spend quite a bit of time. So what my team, my data team is doing is working on figuring out, not just figuring out, but setting up mechanisms to reduce the time it takes to build the ProbeStat reports, trying to get all the data. Right now, it's probably better than before, but in terms of the timing of when ProbeStat has to be will be released,
We haven't discussed when we'll be releasing that yet, so we'll get back to you on that piece. Again, we want to ensure data is reliable, accurate, that everything that we're putting out publicly that we feel comfortable with. So we haven't decided that timeline or discussed it recently.
Okay. And then to what extent do you all, I don't know, if you work with or coordinate with I think it's the office of like the chief data officer. It's not, I just make up that. I think there's like a CDO within the county who I would imagine has some expertise around all of the different county systems and integrating them. And right, in an ideal world, like DCFS systems would talk to probation systems, would talk to DMH systems. And I know that's not the world we live in. But do you all work with the chief data officer, or do you kind of just live in your own bubble?
Yeah, so the CEO's office has a CDO, Chief Data Officer, and we work with them. So they're, at least the way we see it, they're more on the policy and an overarching design framework perspective. That's where they're kind of responsible. So we do work with them when we have plans of, hey, here's what we want to do for our organization moving forward. There are conversations, they're aware of what we're doing. They are in the loop. They do also share the overarching plans for how they want to have data sharing within the different departments. So those conversations happen, but it's not necessarily an active day-to-day conversation between them and us in terms of planning any initiatives, but it's just to some extent staying in the loop and having some level of awareness.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I had just a couple of questions. How you said that there are some data points, it sounds like, that are ready now and could be shared out. What can you share what those are? What kind of data is ready to be shared out?
I knew that question was going to come. So I don't have the exact data, but the data warehouse we built, I can share after the meeting. We can share what data is there and the field, what we call the schema, the fields that we have, and the data elements and the frequency in which the data is refreshed. So I can provide that data.
Okay. And how often do you all get data requests? I know we request data via this space, but how often do you guys get that? And who all is requesting data? Just trying to get a sense of how much work is involved with this.
It's all over the place. So we do get requests obviously from you folks, from the board. We do get requests from the CEO's office. We do get requests internally from other stakeholders, other department units. So we've gotten requests from the OIG. So you name it, we get the request, and we help process those requests on a one-by-one basis. And on average, like I said, it's between 10 and 22 major reports that we provide every month, ad hoc reports, sometimes more, sometimes less, are different complexities. So, and then there are a lot of other smaller ones that we don't even count. We just get if it's a very simple request, we just do it. We don't count it, we just do it. But we do have obviously some major requests that come in that requires substantial amount of my team's time to determine how to extract the data, because remember, it's not extracting data necessarily from a single system or a single table. It's really thinking through that design and figuring out how to get them, combine the data and make it in a format that actually makes sense for the person reading it.
How many staff do you need to kind of adequately handle that volume of data requests that are coming in? And then, as you said, analyzing it, processing it, presenting it in a clear way?
Don't be shy.
So we are anticipating more requests, and right now, at a minimum, and in fact, I do have a rough design of what I think our data team should be. It should have at least around 16 to 19 people to fulfill the current load with a little bit of an uplift of requests.
Last question, that figure you gave around the budget, what percentage of the overall probation budget is that figure you named? Ballpark.
Actually, she didn't have to answer. I want to clarify one thing. One thing, I want to be clear. I wasn't talking about the research unit, so the number I gave you was only for the IT unit. So yeah.
I don't know the percentage, but I could find out. But we have a $1 billion budget, as you're aware. So again, $1 million, 1.6 for one unit, 1.3 for another. But I am not a mathematician. So if anybody here, but I will find out.
All right. Any other comments from commissioners? All right.
Good luck.
Wendy, do we have any written or live public comments?
Thank you. I don't believe we have received written public comments on this item. Looking to confirm that, but you're welcome to send them in at info@poc.lacounty.gov. If anyone in the audience would like to give public comment on this item regarding probation's data systems, I welcome you to come up to the podium or raise your hand online or dial *3 on your phone. Hi, Jonathan.
It's good to see you all. Thank you again for your time. Thank you. Thank you so much. I just really want to just throughout the morning, because I do want to, I need to head out, but I just throughout the different topics and subjects that we've been on today, and also too with the data system that you all have, I just want to just give gratitude. I don't want to come with any type of negativity. That's not my thing. However, I will say within the last 6, 7, 8 months, I've seen your probation department perform extremely well in situations and concerns that I've had when it came to visitations and things like that and that nature over there. And I do want to accommodate. I just want to just say thank you to probation as well, as far as those who have put it in the work. Because what's happening is you're having years of experience that's turning into like concerns, and then turns into years of neglect. And then that neglect turns into a facility where they vibrate on neglect. You see, so now you have a probation officer that want to put into work, but they have concerns that are not being addressed, et cetera. And there's things can get out of hand real quick. But I just want to reiterate again with the chief and with everyone down there, even at LP, let's not forget that staff down there is predominantly ran by female staff in a facility that is considered dangerous, et cetera. So I really just want to address also too with the LACOE, I don't know what you guys call it, Lego, whatever. My people down there, my family got student on a month in that education system. So you would even ask me, student on a month in that in a place, in a facility like that, to have even get some type of education, or not just education, but student on a month in a facility where you have to keep yourself in a positive mind state. So I just want to acknowledge you all, and I do thank you all for everything in spite of the negativity of what's going on, what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, it's Eugenia again with Living Advantage. But one of the things I wanted to say is that data is very important, but the way you portray it and lay it out is also important. And I agree with the commissioner. It's important the questions that it's asking in order to give the correct answer. So we do need to know how many 12-year-olds are there, and how many 16-year-olds are there, and how they're being successful or not being successful, where the need is, where the need of improvement is some of the things that the data needs to be able to provide to us, because it also informs just not the community, but those that are working there and those that are looking at the data, what's necessary in order to make the camps or the youth that we're working with to be successful. So thank you on trying to get the data together. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Salim Allen. I'm a member of the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. And I just wanted to kind of piggyback on what the speaker before me just stated, and also Commissioner Kakani, that data is very important. And I have a question as to why these systems are not working properly. Is it a funding issue? And also, I want to kind of piggyback on Commissioner Prater's question as well. Um, there are systemic issues and problems with LA County Juvenile Probation Department. A lot of issues seem to be systemic, and there are no real progresses being made. And, is it impossible for this data and the data systems to be kind of expedited in terms of their repair? And so I just want to know, is it a funding issue, or is it a lack of manpower or woman power for that matter? And just can we just, because as as the speaker before me said, like, let's not forget that these are our youth, and data is very important, and we just want to love our youth. So thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to respond to that?
Sure.
So to your question, it's a very complex situation, and we absolutely see the need. That's the reason why I keep stressing, I'm not waiting for perfection. We are doing better right now, today, every single day, and we will continue to do better every single day. The challenges is because there's so many ingrained systems. There's a lot of legacy systems that have been around for 30, 35 years. So changing is very non-trivial. So we know what the right thing is to do, but to do that it takes time. If you think about it, I need operations to be with me to do those changes, but they are now in the facilities because they're working overtime in the facilities. So it's it's hard to navigate that, but we do hear you very clearly, and that's actually why my management has made it very clear that data is a priority, and we are putting a lot of effort into it right now, and the results are already there, and they'll continue to get better every day.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Antonia.
Good afternoon, Antonia with the Anti-Recidivism again. I want to uplift you guys for trying to get good data and data that has quality and shows progress. But the one thing I just keep thinking about is similar to Salim and the prior speaker, is just when are we going to see these results? I think Commissioner Meredith brought up like what other programs are you looking at? And you didn't really answer. And then Terry asked or Commissioner Terry also asked some questions and then you didn't answer. And so we just need a little bit more clarity. There was nothing attached to this question agenda items for us to review. And so the public is kind of left in the dark. And, we see the data that you have submitted, and you're right, it's antiquated. It's hard to read. It's almost illegible for someone who isn't in data science, who hasn't taken college level statistics. And as we were just talking about before, education is something that we all need. So can you please not just give us a timeline of 3 years, but set up obvious achievables so that we can be participant in that and engage with it. So maybe in 1 year we'll have a selected, and then in another year we'll start implementing, and then in another year we'll have reports or something so we can have solutions and solution-based results and have the public be involved, because there's some amazing statisticians, I don't know, statisticians, and I obviously am not one of them, but I think that people can be involved and obviously care for their youth. So let's see that and see markers being made and achieved. Please, thank you.
Thank you for that.
Just one comment to comment on that. Thank you. We can provide a written documentation on what we talked about today because we didn't have an opportunity to do that before today. So if that could be released to the public, then, just a high level of what Mr. Panati talked about. We can, time's up.
No, it's not.
We can do that so that you can see some timelines too, and also the things that have already been in the works for the last couple years. So we can definitely provide that to you all.
Thank you. And just so that the members of the public know, actually what Commissioner Kakani raised about the changing leadership is a big issue with this. The commissioners, the leadership, so in this case, Commissioners Terry and Canales and Mundo meet immediately after this meeting. It's usually either the Friday or the Monday afterward to come up with the agenda for the future meeting, and then send that to the department with the request for information. In this case, it included actually these very specific questions that were laid out. And I think what Antonia suggested is not actually Antonia's suggestion. It is, but it's something that the public has asked for repeatedly, is the written documentations of this, since we have our meetings in the middle of the day and lots of the folks who are most impacted by probation are at work and at school and in the detention facilities. And it's nice to be able to view the meeting and the answers in writing. So I certainly would appreciate the responses in writing to the questions on the agenda.
Related to that, I just wanted to say, I know you mentioned working with stakeholders around the data, so I think we consider ourselves a stakeholder body as that, and in that as well. There was a time when we were meeting with probation around ProbeStat, and that stopped. So I think we would like an opportunity for those meetings to continue, and just to, again, offer any sort of feedback on the data and the sort of outcomes that we're tracking, because one of our mandates really is to use data to help inform recommendations. So it would be great for that to continue as well. Any other comments, commissioners?
I do have one more thing as I was sitting here. So for this, I think, a bunch of probation staff will also be using this data system. Are you connecting with them? Like, what are you learning from them? What has been the problem with collecting data, and also what they would like to see in the future data systems? Is that a process to learn from them and meet with them and really make it the user experience better for like DPO1s, DPO2s, and understand what will make it easier?
Yeah, actually, and that's part of our formal process now when we are building systems. It's what we do in the requirements gathering phase. So instead of just taking requirements as even just taking notes, like what do you want, we ask the why. We want to understand the process. So my team now really walks through what the DPO1, DPO2 needs to see, or the supervisor, right? And we then distill those into clean set of requirements and these requirements are really outcomes. This is what we want out of the system, right? And that's what we're trying to build. And again, that takes time. We've done some, so we've actually built some. In fact, somebody mentioned visitation. In a very short order, we built a visitation access control system really quick for the halls. So we are doing that, and we're laser focused on two things. One, the user experience. And when we say the user experience, it's the DPOs who are actually using it or any of the officers. And two, the back-end insights. So it's the reporting and dashboard. So we're looking at those two key components and making sure that we're fulfilling those regardless of what we're building.
And can I just add something to that, Commissioner? The staff are excited. They want technology. So while it might take some time for us to work on this and work with them, when we talk to them about it, they're excited. The manual processes obviously are, you know, it's challenging for everybody. I mean, in this day and age, we should be a little bit more advanced. So they're very excited about this and want to participate and build it with the IT team.
No, 100%. Thank you for that. And I would say I would just recommend also, training them up on it and keeping them through the process as well.
Absolutely.
Would you say that the budget that you all need is somewhere in the neighborhood around 6 to 10 million? I'm just thinking, like, is there, like you said, 1.6 and 1.3 were the budget lines you gave for the two departments of a $1 billion budget. That's like less than, it's like 2%, 2 to 3% maybe.
Thank
And
you for doing that, by the way, Commissioner.
you
For
know, I
doing the
mean,
math
you
for
know,
us.
you
For me.
asked, and so there. But if I'm just guessing about you needing 19 staff in the department. It sounds like then the advocacy should also be in order to sort of like do data, which is we all agree is very important. That there should be an increase in the budget for your area to sort of actually tell the story to the taxpayers of Los Angeles County about what is happening with our youth. Then you need $6 to $10 million to do that. And so I don't know who needs to hear that, but that's what we need in order to kind of get the data that we've been asking for sort of like repeatedly.
So she's going to talk about the budget and the actual numbers maybe, but I want to give some context. Even when I talked about the 16 to 19, realistically, that was only for the data team. To build all the capabilities, we would need to build more. I would need developers to build other systems. I would need other support personnel. So it's actually a larger budget. And if you want us to come down with an actual number, we'll have to actually think through it a little bit more. But I'm always looking for what can I do with what I have and what can I do with just a little bit more, right? That's really where I'm focused on because I can't get it all, right? So that's really where I am. So I'm kind of giving you a non-answer, but I'm letting you know the budget is probably more, so that's why I want to give it an out in terms of what is needed. But for the data, I would need at least those people. And there's ancillary cost of systems that we have to buy, like a database system or a warehousing system, other things that we need to buy that needs to be factored in. We are thinking through it again. We're being very thoughtful again, like you mentioned. It's taxpayer money, so we are being very careful about the spend. If we don't see any value, we are not trying the latest and greatest. In fact, one of my mantras is we don't need to be at the cutting edge because so we don't necessarily.
Like that's an interesting sort of take.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why with $1 billion budget wouldn't we be leading the nation and trying to into how we do data and tell stories around data?
So let me clarify that. That's a
Okay.
very good point. So when I talk about the cutting edge, I want something that's tried, tested, and that definitely works. And there is some value. Again, we always look at risk reward proposition of if we try this, what kind of a reward are we getting? Now, to your point, there is always a risk when you try to move towards, well, call it the cutting edge or bleeding edge. So we are being very thoughtful about all of our spend to make sure that whatever we do, there's enough value that people are seeing it. So we can push further, but it's a trade-off. It's definitely a trade-off. That being said, but we are being very creative. So in that sense, we are leading other places in a lot of, even the warehouse that we're building, it's really, really well constructed. So we are in that sense better than, I wouldn't say better than everybody else, but we are better. But again, we are being very, very intentional and thoughtful about every step that we do.
And I just wanted to comment on, we have challenges hiring. And so that's another. We could, get money for 16 more positions or 19 more positions, but then we have the challenge of hiring those staff, finding the qualified folks to take the positions, and then also keeping them. So we have retention issues too. So while it would be great, I'm not saying we don't need to hire them, but that's been a constant challenge for probation too, in hiring and recruiting these technical staff and then keeping them as well. But it definitely is something we're still working on because we need to fill. We do have some vacancies, just a few in the data unit, but we also have opportunities in other areas within Mr. Panatti's structure where we can train people up to and work that way versus, trying to fill and then we find out, oh, they got a job in another county office, and that happens obviously to us as well. So looking at that, the retention piece too. And training, that's a huge part of this. Like we have to make sure we have the right people working on these systems and make sure that we train them properly on what's needed.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We are going to move on to agenda item 7, but we thank you for your time and look forward to having you guys back.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, for agenda item 7, we'll hear a report from our executive director, Wendy Julian. We instructed the POC staff to observe and report on how visitations are handled at the juvenile facilities. So today we were planning to hear the report back along with discussing the recent inspections reports. So Wendy, do you want to proceed with your updates?
Yes. So led by Dr. Gongora, the POC staff and most of the commissioners have spent a lot of time over the last month visiting during visitation at Los Padrinos and a couple at Barry J. Nydorf. The results of those inspections were put into a written document that's attached to the agenda, but honestly, they deserve more time than we have today. And it's a crucial issue. It's an issue with which we have been in constant communication with the probation department, regular, informal, and some formal communication. And we have also been working with OICR in that presentation. Sarah has a whole presentation to provide. So with your permission, I would suggest that we schedule either a town hall or a special meeting to give that the time it deserves.
We're just talking about just the visitation.
Just the visitation. I would like to request that we take a vote on the Barry J. Nydorf and Campus Kilpatrick inspections, only because we did a beautiful town hall about those inspections, had an opportunity to talk about them. That's available to the public to watch. You all have copies of the inspections. So if you're comfortable, I would like to ask that you approve those 2 inspections. Also attached to the agenda, I'm very pleased to say, is written responses from the department to the inspections. The best news, of course, is responses from the department that shows that things have already been addressed that are brought up in the inspections. That's how I would hope it would work. But also some places where the department disagrees with or maybe has a different view or lens on some of the things that are suggested. I think that's how oversight should work. I'm very pleased to be getting those written responses. So those will be forwarded along with our inspection reports to BSCC, which is a requirement that we do that, and also to the supervisors and be made public, more importantly. So those 2 inspections are in front of you.
Do you need a motion to? I'll make a motion to approve those 2 inspection reports.
Seconded by Commissioner Canales.
I also should look at my notes. What's not on the agenda today is a information request subpoena, and that's because the department has complied with the information requests that we have requested so far. And we use this agenda item as an opportunity to share the results of those requests with the department. So they're actually linked on the agenda underneath. Most interestingly, well, I shouldn't say that, they're all really interesting, but there's a couple that are really interesting about the contraband reports that Commissioner Meredith has been asking for. It doesn't provide all the detail that he has asked for, but it does provide a really interesting interesting view into what contraband is found in the facilities and how those trends are looking. So I appreciate the responses. I think the process we implemented a few months ago by submitting to the department this formal memo with a very clear chart about the status of outstanding items has worked. And I'm thankful that that is going forward in a more collaborative process. So we can ask for public comment on the agenda item, and which includes those things I reported on, as well as the motion to approve the inspection reports for Barry J. Nydorf and Campus Kilpatrick.
Good afternoon, may I speak?
Yes.
Salim Allen again with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, and I have a question about this specific item that we're discussing now. With this report on visitation and the inspection on visitation in the juvenile facilities, is this public record, or will this report be made public or discussed in this meeting today? I'm just kind of curious. And what were the findings? Thank you.
Can I answer that? Thank you for asking that question. So the commission voted to have the staff conduct these inspections, although they also contributed by doing the inspections themselves. And Dr. Gongora drafted a fairly short list of, well, it's not a short list, it's a fairly short document in terms of how long our reports usually are, that has the recommendations and observations that came after those inspections. That is already public and attached to the agenda today. So you can go to the agenda and see the link, but it is a draft because it's our report as staff. And so today we were intending to have the commission vote on it, but I don't think that's appropriate since we didn't have a chance to share the observations and recommendations. So we will either hold a town hall or a future full public meeting in which we can discuss those recommendations and the observations and the notes that the commissioners made and the notes that staff made, and have input from the public at that time. Okay, nobody else in the room? Do we have anybody online? Okay.
All right, commissioners, any questions?
Just as it relates to the visitation report back, I remember, I don't remember what Ms. Roman's title is, but Ms. Roman being here saying that there were a group of people who are working on a visitation policy to streamline it. I would love to also have those folks present.
Great.
Because it does seem like oftentimes communication gets lost somewhere and the people who need to hear the message don't hear it. So if we could just make sure that those folks are here for that.
Absolutely. I can tell you Deputy Chief Arcos wanted to be here today. He is not available today. And he is the person with whom we've been having most of the communication about this. And I will make sure, well, I'll make sure that he is invited, but also that he has the opportunity to bring others who are involved if that is appropriate. So we have actually talked to him because OICR will also hopefully be at our next official POC meeting in November to be able to share this, share some of the information that they can provide as well about best practices in other jurisdictions. So thank you.
All right. Wendy, can you facilitate the vote?
Yes. So please vote yes, no, or abstain on the Barry J. and Campus Kilpatrick reports. Commissioner Canales?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris and Jackson are absent. Commissioner Kakani?
Yes.
Commissioner Meredith?
Yes.
Commissioner Prater?
Yes.
Commissioner Shipp? Commissioner Terry?
Yes.
And Chair Mundo is absent. So with 3 absences, it is 6-0 and the motion passes. Thank you.
All right, that takes us to item 8, which is matters not posted on the agenda to discuss or place on a future meeting agenda for action. Commissioners, do you have any announcements or items? Commissioner Canales and then Meredith.
Yes, I just wanted to communicate when we were going over the LACO recommendations and everything, I was going to vote no or even abstain because there were some things that were concerning, especially reallocating $78 million and the word or, it doesn't, stipulate it to community-based organizations. It says or, and I was really hesitant, but I will tell you, when Saul called in and explained what they've been going through, the past year, I was able to fully understand why this was so important that we pass it. And it's so important. We can discuss things amongst ourselves and go round and round, but because of the Brown Act, we don't have that opportunity to huddle up out of this meeting. And so even as much as we were raising it here, I still was not feeling comfortable. And what helped me was the calling in. And it's so important. If anybody's even still on the line, it is so important for community feedback. It is so important for participation because we are held to the Brown Act and cannot discuss things. And that caller is what changed my vote immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Meredith and then Ship.
I just want to commend staff that's been hardworking, especially at Los Padrinos and Silmar. But it's interesting talking to some of the youth. They've identified significant staff that have made a difference in their life. And I really like the department at some point in time to do some of the good stories out there with the media, not just social media, but with the regular electronic news media about what a great job our staff is doing under some adverse circumstances.
Thank you.
Yeah, also, can we, I'll ditto that as well, but can we also add like vocational training and like workforce development on a future one? Because I feel like that's coming up a lot, but I don't know when the last time we talked about it.
I'd also like to add a conversation around step downs and less restrictive placements that I think that deserve some attention at this commission. And these are specifically when folks are stepping down from SYTF facilities to serve the remainder of their time within community and with community-based organizations and housing with them. I think that needs to be discussed a bit more here.
All right. We can now move to agenda item number 9, which is an invitation for members of the public to address the commission on items not on the agenda. Wendy, if you could facilitate public comment.
Thank you. Please approach the podium if you'd like to give public comment on items not on the agenda or anything else you want to share, and use the raise your hand function if you're online. Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you very much, Director. This comment was specifically designed for you and for the County Council. Number one, for item number 4, that before I spoke, I heard that you said that this is a public comment for this special motion. So I was prepared my notes to spoke on the 2 minutes motion. And then you never opened the public comment for item number 4 ever again. So I am here requesting an investigation to watch back the video that what did you said 2 or 3 minutes prior you opened the public comment for number 4. Problem number 2 is that the prior speaker, there's item number 5 is about the data. The first speaker during that public comment that after 10-15 seconds speaking about the data management, and then the rest of his public comment are completely off topic. I remember that the previous time I was here, I was trying to give an illustration example, but I remember the director and the president cut me off very quickly while I'm trying my best to stay on topic. So I also want to request an investigation that think about that speaker, that what does he said has anything to do with the data management. And then I wish to have an investigation for that. It's a Brown Act investigation because nobody cut him off and everybody cut me off. Number 3 is that I lost 2 minutes for the agenda item number 4. I lost 2 minutes for general public comment because I have to talk about this. So I lost a total of 4 minutes total. But I will just end with what Commissioner Meredith taught me, that have some faith in our system. I will continue to have faith, have trust, continue to support you every step of the way. Thank you very much for your support.
Welcome, Mr. Pettis.
Good afternoon. Commissioner Canales requested all DPO2 field officers on home accommodation to be returned to their office. We support her request and we thank her for bringing that up. California State AB 109 pays county to provide essential services to probationers. Among them are housing, medical, and the big one is mental health. Mental health is a life or death situation. If we have someone that goes to get a referral to see mental health. They're not able to see them. They act out in the streets, they get killed. Sometimes it's not the medication, sometimes it's just changing the dosage on it. But the whole thing is, if they don't have medication, they just can't go to the provider because they need a referral from probation officer to get those services. And we're very, short on that. Another thing is employment. Our officers cannot provide services for these probationers from the state if we're at home. Right now, I'm at home. I've been home since August 19th with no return date. The HR director, Ms. Carlisle, stated there's no negative impact for financial impact to probation for bringing these officers back. This is a reasonable request, and there's no county policy or directive per HR director on forced unpaid leave. And we just look forward to that. We can discuss that further.
Welcome.
Hello again. My name is Salim Allen with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I want to discuss a couple of items that are not on the agenda for today. One of them being the board. I always get this messed up, but the California Board of State and Community Corrections, they ordered Los Padrinos to be shuttered. And I know that this issue has come across the LA County Board of Supervisors, and they made the decision to keep Los Padrinos open, which I think is was a wrong decision, and I spoke out against that. And I just wanted to say that I believe that Commissioner Horvath was the only person that voted to close Los Padrinos. But I just want to know, can the Los Angeles County Probation Oversight Commission continue to monitor the situation in Los Padrinos to make sure that our youth are okay? And also, I would like to know, I know that it was mentioned that the LA County Probation Department have a lot of call-outs, probation officers calling out sick. And I know that that's one of the main reasons that the youth are unsafe in those juvenile facilities. And can the Los Angeles County Probation Oversight Commission maybe study the reasons why staff are calling out sick and maybe try to come up with countermeasures to either ameliorate that situation or just, fix it and find out if there's a solution as to why the staff are calling out late. And also, it was discussed by the data collection department in the LA County Probation Department that they're having a hard time filling vacant positions. And maybe, this kind of goes all the way up the flagpole to a federal level, but, we do have immigrants who are qualified. So I just, there are alternatives to, maybe I do agree that Americans, come first, but and I'll wrap
you.
it up, but,
Thank you.
that is a possible solution as
you.
well. Thank you.
I don't think we have any online public commenters. I just want to echo what Commissioner Canales said about thanking the public for their participation today. It really matters. You all bring a lot of context to these issues. Thank you to those of you who are, multitasking, caring for people you love and working and being here and taking meetings. And it's the reason the Probation Oversight Commission is effective. So I appreciate it. Thank you for your comments.
All right, thank you all for joining us and sharing your comments. As a quick reminder, please be sure to follow us on social media and subscribe to our YouTube channel at LA County POC. To receive reminders about our upcoming meetings, visit our website at poc.lacounty.gov to subscribe to our email listing. It is now 1:09. Can I have a motion to adjourn today's meeting?
Make the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Meredith, seconded by Commissioner Kakani. Commissioners, please unmute yourselves and vote with a voice vote.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Today's meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.